Sports Talk, where passion meets action.
Hey sports fans, I am Kranky, and this is the Kranky Live Sports Talk, the podcast where we dive deep into the hottest topics, the biggest games, and the most controversial moments in sports.
Whether it's football, basketball, track and field, cricket, or soccer, we've got you covered with expert analysis, insider interviews, and unfiltered opinions.
Join me as I chat with the biggest names in sports, get exclusive insights and stories you won't hear anywhere else.
Kranky Live Sports Talk is where you can hear the real talk, the hard-hitting questions, and the hottest takes.
So, if you're a true sports fanatic, you don't want to miss out? Subscribe now to the Kranky Live Sports Talk on YouTube and hit that bell icon to never miss an episode.
Kranky Live Sports Talk, where sports come alive. Subscribe today.
Good evening, good evening, good evening. Bless up, Drew Ross. Thanks for joining. Can you hear me, Drew? Let me know if you can hear me. I want to make sure I'm coming across clearly. And let me know if you can hear me. No? Not seeing any comment from you, Drew, so let me know if you can hear me. I think I'm clear to go. Okay, good. Good evening, good evening, good evening. I have a few things to talk about this evening. But before I jump into it, I want to talk about a couple of things. One is I'm still bathing in the glory or the euphoria about the debate between the ex-president and Kamala. Thought that was interesting outcome, interesting debate. Looking at bless up Brownman Security, looking at all the reaction from various quarters, people losing their minds. Bless up Conrad, losing their minds about the orange man losing the debate and him fighting that he hasn't lost. I don't know what debate he's watching. I know what debate he's saying when a fighter fights and he wins, why would he call for a rematch? You don't need a rematch. You got your ass kicked. I don't know what rematch you're looking for. You should be running because he's only going to get worse the next time. And I don't think she was brilliant. I think she did what she needed to do, but I don't think she was brilliant because I think there were opportunities that she missed, especially when you start talking about student loan and a couple more things. I thought she could have just she knocked him out, but it's almost like permanently. Just take what he says and write on it. That's all you have to do. And then when he made the comments about Haitians and all that, that was just ludicrous, ridiculous. And even in today's media, you're still hearing J.D. Vance and others making similar comments. So don't understand the logic, but I guess for them, it makes sense. And it just shows you how people are, right? It shows you how people have certain views of certain people. Part of it is racist, frankly. If you look into it really closely, it's racism. Some people don't want to call it for what it is, but that's what it is, right? You would never say that about a Caucasian company. Yeah, Conrad, they hate, bless up Ishmael. The hate is really real. The hate is there. I don't know why the hate is there, Here's what's interesting about all these things, people, which is you hate a race that you have victimized and brutalized and colonized, ostracized, outside of eyes. You've done it, and then you're still hating them for what? I don't even understand that. Now, I'm not saying all Caucasian people hate people who are non-Caucasians or who are Black, but and part of the whole issue with Trump, because I always said if you support Trump, you're morally bankrupt because he's just an awful person, just in every way, shape, or form. But part of the problem is people are concerned about their own financial situation, and the economy has been challenging of late, probably the last 2 years or so, are post-COVID in a lot of respects. But he was the one who was handling COVID and doing poorly. And then secondly, immigration is an issue for a lot of people. And she was asked to fix immigration. She tried to address root cause, which is how you fix problems, not symptoms. And they probably should have gone symptom first and root cause second. Because what she did was trying to work with Latin American countries. But US have looked into its policy. If you squeeze the Cubans, you squeeze the Venezuelans, what are people supposed to do? And then you squeeze the Caribbean to what they're supposed to do. You send their guns to them. They have lack of safety and economic opportunities. What they're supposed to do. So you're creating the problem that you're trying to solve. Fix your house, and then you'll be surprised how the problem solved. And this whole view of him saying all these immigrants are criminal and they're killers. Well, I don't know. We've had like 40-something school mass shootings this year. All those people I see killing people in mass shootings, most times don't look like me. Just saying. No, just saying. But anyway, we're gonna jump into some NFL. I'm sort of dialing and changing the program because the FIFA window is done. We can't talk Reggae Boyz 24/7. Can't talk about 10 things Reggae Boyz should do and 5 things should do and 4 things should do, and should they put on their shoes left, right, and center. At some point, you got to get out of the corner. So I'm getting out of I'll be in the corner today a little bit as we talk about some Reggae Boyz stuff later in the program, but I'm going to be in the corner at some point and talk about other things. Reggae Boyz will come up periodically, but it won't be the theme every single day because that to me is not logical. So I'm going to talk some NFL first. And I haven't been watching the NFL as much as I used to in the past, right? In recent years, because I'm a wagonist when it comes to certain things. I'm a wagonist when it comes to the NFL. I'm a big Giants fan, but also I'm a lukewarm Jets fan. Maybe because they don't win, and the Giants used to win, but Giants and Jets have struggled forever. They haven't won since what, 69 when Joe Namath won. And Giants, last time they won was Eli Manning was playing in the middle of this century, so haven't won in a while. And just making bad decisions after bad decisions. So I'll touch upon, bless up Emerson, thanks for joining. I'll touch upon some of the week 1 games. And then I'll migrate to talking about some EPL. And then I'll migrate to talking about the Reggae Boyz and really focus on some of the things that I've sort of observed resulting from this last window as it relates to a number of different parties, whether it's just general observation, whether it's the JFF, whether it's the fans, and just the players, a holistic approach to assessing the performances, how things are worked out, where we are and where we're going. So yeah, should be a good discussion. So in terms of the NFL, and I won't spend a ton of time in the NFL as the season goes further, I'll talk more. But I'm gonna say this: I'm gonna talk a lot of basketball because I'm a basketball fan, not just lukewarm fan or bandwagonist. I'm gonna talk a lot of basketball, and even more so as we go into preseason, talking about the Knicks since we are really built to compete this year. And competed well last year, even though we lost Obi and Randall and Brunson was bang up. We had no Bridges. Robinson always hurt. We lost Harkinson this year, but we'll talk some basketball. But in terms of NFL, the first game last Thursday was played between the Ravens and the Chiefs. And even though Jackson has won a number of he's been MVP. I think he was MVP last season. Lamar has a problem dealing with Patrick Mahomes, who many think would eventually become the GOAT. Tom Brady's the GOAT now. Why you mentioned Peyton Manning? Oh, did I say what Manning did I say? What Manning did I say? Did I say Archie Manning? His father. Did I say Archie Manning? What did I say, Conrad? I think I missed that. Did I say Archie Manning, his father? The two brothers have both won Super Bowl, by the way. So it was a good game, actually. I call it the big toe game or whatever it is because Joe Grams, we ain't getting no letdown, whatever it is. We'll talk about that. But I thought it was a good game. Coming into the last play of the game, Lamar missed an easy pass to me in the end zone. He rolled right and had the man wide open, and he missed him. Came back, same type of play, but the player, big toe, was on the line. And I know people think it was going to go overtime. They weren't, because Harbaugh was going to go for 2. He was going to try to close the game down. Oh, I said, it is Eli. What do you mean Peyton? It is Eli Manning. I'm right. The Giants had Eli Manning. So why is somebody saying Peyton? Peyton didn't play for us. Peyton played for Indianapolis and he played for Denver. Well, he played for Denver when he was past his prime. So it was a good, very good game, but Lamar can't seem to get over that bogey. And until he learns to beat Mahomes, he ain't winning no Super Bowl. The Super Bowl goes to Mahomes, and probably go to Mahomes again this year. And he's in the AFC, so he's got to beat him to get to the Super Bowl. But I think the one thing Baltimore has done really well this year, obviously they got a good running back in Henry, who came over this year, but also they have very good corners, which should help them. Your Cleveland Brown has spent over $230 million on Deshaun Watson. Man, that's money poorly spent. When you see somebody's toxic like that, I shouldn't say that because we have some issue in our own camp. But when somebody has all them issues, you got to be very careful to give them all that guarantee money. And that's the one thing that's changing the NFL, people, which is historically owners were reluctant to give out guarantee money because of the injury record, but they've been forced to give more and more guarantees because players are not having it. And all these quarterbacks are making over 200. A lot of them over 200 now. Lamar is now getting over 200. Dak Prescott is now getting over 200. Watson over 200. I can't remember Jones's number. I don't know how Jones gets 50 cents. Like, it's crazy. We'll go to these games quickly and we can talk about some of that, people. And then the Packers play the Eagles. And the Giant and obviously the Eagles won. They played in Brazil, by the way. And that's one thing with the NFL. Yeah, it wasn't 230 guaranteed for Deshaun. I think it was about a couple hundred, about 200. Most of it is guaranteed, by the way. Most of it guaranteed. Just like how I think Dak has about 200 plus guaranteed. Most of it's guaranteed, which is crazy. Well, it's not crazy, but to me, half should be guaranteed and the other half is flexible. They've given you an injury record, right? And you can buy insurance to cover yourself, even though insurance would be expensive. The Packers play the Eagles in Brazil. And one thing I see American owners do, they follow the money. Yes, he did win Denver, but not because of him, despite him. That's what I'll say. He was brilliant in Indianapolis, but they won despite him. It wasn't because of him. He was way past his prime. At Indianapolis, he ran the offense. He was brilliant. At Denver, he managed the game, as Cam Newton would say. Even though Cam sort of talked both sides of his mouth when he talked about game manager. But the Eagles beat the Packers. Hurt at a mixed game. He threw over 278 yards, but had a couple interceptions. But I think the big thing for the Eagles this year is Saquon Barkley, who was very injury prone to the Giants, but was our offense. And now he's left. Jones has no security blanket. So he's going to struggle because our running backs are not that great. So it'd be interesting to see what happens going forward with the Eagles. And if Saquon can stay injury-free, they're going to be a very dangerous team. If Hurt plays up to what he is. Remember Hurt was at Alabama, then got displaced by Tua, went to Oklahoma, came in the NFL. They say he's a running quarterback. He's now more of a thrower. And by the way, that kid is ridiculously strong. Those weights he lifts, maybe he lifts too much weights. His lower body is extremely strong. So it should be interesting to see how the Eagles do, but they don't have much competition in the East because Washington is poor. We are poor. Yeah, they don't have much competition. They don't have much competition. Maybe Dallas is their competition, I should say. We're not the competition. And I would say we, I mean Giants. And then the Steelers beat the Falcons. The Falcons have been terrible. From Matt Ryan collapsing the Super Bowl, they have been terrible, people. And they're playing like it. The Steelers beat them with Justin Fields as quarterback, given that Wilson has a calf injury and Wilson got the job. And he left Denver with dead cap space of about 68 million or something like that. Crazy numbers. That's what happens when you cut a quarterback, when you have to give them out of guarantee money. And then you kill your team. So, but Steelers won, 6 field goals, not the greatest performance. Justin Fields hasn't matured as a quarterback. There's some quarterbacks who over time they get better. And we'll talk about one a little bit as we go further in the discussion. But has to get better as time progresses, frankly. Just hasn't got where he needs to get to. He has a chance to win the starting job, so let's see what happens. Mike C said, what do you think about Stephen Tyreek Hill and all these? I'm getting to that, but you know what? I should have started with that. So let me back up. because I had it on my thumbnail, and I meant to start out with it, and I forgot actually. So, you know, DWB is a real thing, people. You guys know what DWB is? DWB is a real thing. So it's a good question, Mike C, because I forgot to mention that, and I had it in my thumbnail for a reason. DWB is a real thing, and if you are a Black person, and more importantly, a young Black person, yes, driving while Black, that's the acronym DWB, and you drive a nice car, that's a problem for you with the cops, period. Yes, they say he was speeding. But the thing about yesterday and today, and I mean yesterday meaning in the past, we have cameras everywhere. You can't hide anymore. No matter what you think you're doing, you can't hide, right? And can you imagine when we didn't have cameras? I remember once I have been stopped for DWB maybe about 3 times actually. And then you try to get explanation as to why you stop and you can't get any explanation. I remember one time I was stopped saying I was speeding. I was doing a job in Virginia. And I was driving on my sister lived in Richmond at the time. 1 o'clock in the morning, the cop pulled me over. I was like, damn, how is this going to work out? 1 o'clock in the morning, the road is pitch black in Virginia, where these people, you know how they are down there. And I was like, unlike Hill, though, I rolled my window down. I just acquiesce, like, you know what? Hey, what is it you need from me? I think Hill's mistake is he rolled his window up. You can show, you're not Caucasian to show, to be antagonizing any cops, actually, or to show anything which may suggest that you're adverse to them. You can't if you're Black. Now, this is funny, people. I've seen a number of instances where people are Caucasian and they cuss the cop out to the worst ever, and the cop does nothing, says nothing, does nothing, right? But you're not viewed as a human being. And this is not just Caucasians, actually. Black cops do it too. Go to Jamaica. It's a power thing, but there's a hierarchy in the world about how we operate. And the part of the hierarchy says, if your color is like mine, you're the bottom of the totem pole, so you should get treated like dirt. And sometimes it's not a race thing, it's a power thing. Now for Hill, I don't know if it's a race thing or a power thing or both, but I think him widening his window up didn't help him. But there's no reason to wrestle him, handcuff him, and put him down the ground. There's no reason. And they're being filmed, and then they try to uncover the people to get them out the way, right? They were just trying to show how powerful they are. And a lot of times, historically, the cops had the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, they'll file a lawsuit, but you won't hear much about it because it's Florida. It's Caucasian country. It's DeSantis country. A lot of judges nowadays get bought out. Look at Cannon, who's dealing with the Trump case. They get bought out because they're probably put on the bench by Republicans. Nowadays, the system is just out of control. You can't trust judges anymore. You can't trust police. You can't trust anybody because a lot of times they're all one and the same. They're all very parochial. They all focus on their politics. They're not objective. So think that you can get justice in the justice system, not all the time. Sometimes, yeah, but it's not all the time. It's not all the time. Yes, they do. In Jamaica, they do too. So let's not just say it's a Caucasian thing in Florida. In Jamaica, I've experienced the cops in Jamaica. Yeah, no. But part of that is because they don't have respect for us as people, right? And we sometimes don't do the best job of ensuring that we're treated with the respect that we deserve. Yeah, Virginia is not the best place, especially go further down to Richmond area. So if you're further up to DC, maybe a little bit less toxic, but yeah, no, it's not. I had a funny story. So that's at Rockford. Not far from where I live, there's this guy, and I live in Brooklyn, right? So there's this guy that has a couple cars in his driveway. He has a Rolls Royce and he has a Maybach, right? So he lives in these two-story building, attached houses. And I was passing there the other day, and his Maybach was in the driveway. And I thought it really interesting when I looked at the scene, which is there were 4 Hasidic Jews kids. They looked like ages from maybe 16 to 24. And all 4 of them were in the driveway. If you saw them in the driveway, you thought it was there, they lived there. They were looking in his car, they were touching the door, they were going around his car. And I watched it there, observing, saying, wow. I wonder if that Maybach in a Caucasian neighborhood, 4 black kids going in the driveway, people, they're not outside, no people. They left the street and went in the man's driveway. Because I see that the person in the driveway all the time, take the roads outside, take the Maybach outside, always washing them down. And they're walking around the car and they're there for a while. And I'm watching them thinking, now, those 4 Hasidic Jews feel comfortable doing that. Right? You think 4 black kids would go in some, they probably couldn't go in the black, it was a black person who owns the car, by the way. They couldn't go to a black person driveway, much as a white person driveway. That ain't happening. That ain't happening, people. So I thought it was an interesting scene to observe and think about, saying, is it that we're doing something, or is it that the world just views a certain way? Is it our action that caused us to be treated a certain way? Is it that because we are so disjointed, we're not organized, we don't treat each brother like brother and sister, even though we use those terms very loosely? Why is it that we get treated that way? Right? Because we're at the bottom of the totem. Well, no, we're not the bottom. We're fighting with the indigenous Indians and the Hispanics at the bottom of the totem pole. And Hill doesn't realize that him being an athlete, making a lot of money, he probably don't even know who he is, much less. They don't see all the cops look the same way. They all look very similar to me. Similar disposition, similar comportment, very similar. Yeah, but we also don't help ourselves, John Carnes. We don't help ourselves. The world is not fair. We get treated differently. You know, we have like civil wars in Sudan and some other places, right? Nobody gives a damn. We talk about the Middle East 24/7. We talk about what's happening in Ukraine. We're killing each other in Africa and killing each other in other places. Nobody gives a damn. Yeah, so we're disposable. No, I'm not in Mill Basin. Mike C. They have Maybach and Rolls Royce other places than Mill Basin. I just say this: the house and the Rolls don't look alike. I just so you guys know what I mean. The house and the Rolls don't look alike. That's all I'll say. And the Maybach don't look alike. If you have Maybach and Rolls in your house, and you're in a certain area, they didn't look alike actually. But it wasn't about that, right? It was about how those kids feel comfortable going in driveway which they're not familiar with. They don't know the person, walking around the cars, looking in the cars, touching the car. There's no way in hell 4 black kids could do that in a Caucasian neighborhood. Not happening. Yeah, I'm taking calls, Dwight. So I should put up the This is a free land show tonight, people. I'm gonna talk some Reggae Boyz, but I'm gonna talk football and talk some EPL before I jump into the football. Why is this thing happening? But no, I thought it was really interesting actually that they did that, and because they know there's no repercussions. Let me go back to the NFL and finish it. But for Tyreek Hill situation, look, when you're in that situation, I don't care who you are. What does you need, officer? You need my license. You need my registration. I'm not going to my glove compartment because in Florida, you can carry a gun, you know. So I'm sure cops there probably get nervous sometimes. And in states where you can carry, in New York, you're not allowed to carry a gun, even though people do so. But you can carry a gun when you're in Florida. So gotta be careful. Good evening.
What you say, Kranky? Dwight, what you say, boss?
Hey, Dwight, how you doing? Thanks for calling. How's it going?
Good. So Tyreek Hill situation been all good because I grew up in that area, right?
Okay.
After I left Jamaica, that's the area I grew up in, right? So, couple of things. Hispanic in Miami is not like Hispanic up in New York. Hispanic in Miami is Cuban and Colombian, and they're in the lawyer, they're the judges, they're the police, they're in positions of power.
Yep.
Both financially and politically. So one of the mistakes a lot of people go, no, where's the Hispanic? No, Hispanics in Miami they come from the power structure in South America and Latin America. So the other thing about the Hill situation, right? So yes, he put down the window, put it up. That behavior that police get, Kranky, I got that behavior from the time I was 17 to about 27, regularly, steady in Miami. In fact, I knew to expect it.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
They come at you aggressive. Right? They come at you. So in British terms, they used to say they come at you to wind you up, right?
Yeah.
So fortunately for me, my father was a police officer in Jamaica. So he said, listen, them not the judge, not everything, so just stay cool. So that's why I never got in trouble down there. But them come at you well aggressive. And you're correct. A Latin person in South Florida or a Caucasian person in South Florida or a Jewish person in South Florida that gets pulled over, them can cost the cop all the way. But in Miami-Dade, they are looking for a reason, any reason to pull you out of the car.
Yeah.
Especially if you have a decent car. Right? The other thing that didn't look good and part of the reason why you see Miami-Dade police releasing videos and their spokesperson coming out is a tourism issue. It's an issue for the Dolphins in terms of when they sign players, if they don't get this under control, right?
Yeah.
Because it happened across, I won't say across the street. He was on the street that you'd make a left turn to go into the players' parking lot.
Where was he on 441? Where was he?
No, brother, no. Like if you know the Dolphin Stadium, there's a Walmart across the street.
Right.
So he got off the highway and he made the left to go into the parking lot, to go into the players' parking lot. So he's on the maybe Isedary. He might have been at Isedary.
Why would he be driving that fast then? Because they had some ridiculous number they were saying. I don't know what the number was.
Well, he said 60, but if you got a McLaren and driving 60, that road. So at that time of the game, like 3-4 hours before it's kind of. They block the street, so it's an open road. So it's a good space to open up the engine on a McLaren.
Okay.
Because it's a wide 8-lane road. So if you go open up a McLaren,
right,
it's full of police, but you have space. Right?
Okay.
So yes, he's driving reckless. It was excessive. But 60 miles per hour in that space is not that fast, right? It's not as long as the crowd wasn't coming to the game, which it wasn't apparent. It was there. But Hill approached it wrong, but this is where him as a player, anybody who knows that's how those cops approach it. Now, the key thing is, those were Miami-Dade cops. The police officers that work that area is Miami Gardens police officer, which they typically know who the players are, and it's typically going to be a black cop. So Miami-Dade police do auxiliary work for the games in that area. That's why they were there. Okay.
Yeah, because I have a friend on there who is a retired officer, actually. He does security work too.
Yeah.
So they do a lot of that work. Yeah. Either off duty or
Yeah.
They
do the auxiliary work. But Kranky, before I had kids and I would say before my wife was with me, but I would say when I was young, up to I get about 32. Kranky, that was normal treatment I got every time I get pulled over. Even if it was just, they just needed a reason just to pull you over and check.
Yeah. Sometimes they just want to do random check to find something, right?
Yeah.
They're just trying to get their account for the day, so they pull over anybody. It's just New York used to have a stop and frisk law that Giuliani and all of them and Bloomberg all allowed that to happen. So, and they made it think that they know what a suspect look like, so they pull you over because you're black. Because if you're black, you must be a suspect.
And the other thing is Tyreek Hill he's not a very big football player. He's not he looks like a regular brother on the street. You don't see 6'4", you don't see 250 or 260. No, you couldn't mistake him for a regular person. I tell you, I think that's why they pulled him out of the car, because they didn't recognize who he was, or they didn't say, "Oh no, this is a Dolphins player." Right? And then once they did it, and then it got out of hand, and the big defensive lineman stopped. That's when they were like, "Oh boy, we're in a situation here." So
yeah, but they were pressuring them to leave, didn't they? They were pressuring the guys who were trying to videotape them to leave.
Yeah, that was callous. Yeah, the D linemen, they were there. Which, as I understand, according to law, you're allowed to pull up out of the way of traffic and record a situation in a distance where the police officers don't feel like you're interfering. Which, to me, they were doing.
Right, but there were people across the street taking pictures anyway and videotaping the whole thing. It's not in those players alone. Yeah.
Yeah, because the parking lot is right there.
Yeah.
The parking lot is right there. As I said, for somebody I grew up in that area, don't surprise me one bit.
Yeah, no. I mean, I spent a lot of time in South Florida, not necessarily that area per se, but like in Fort Lauderdale and Miramar and Pembroke Pines and all that.
Yeah,
but when you dip into Miami,
it moved different.
Yeah, I don't go to Miami that much except to fly into Miami and then drive up. So
Miami moves. Miami moves a little bit different. It's a Latin American area, so
I would agree with that one.
You don't get
very
treated
Hispanic.
away. Yeah, and then especially when you don't understand. Tyreek Hill looked lucky he didn't understand Spanish, because if he would have understood Spanish and what they would say to him, worse.
Interesting. Yeah.
It's But as I said, what happened there? I was talking to my brother who's only 2 years older than me. Oh, this is not surprising.
Yeah.
I grew up around the Bob Marley's kids and his grandkids. Them get pulled up because they have the vehicle and they live in, I would say, a predominantly white neighborhood. That's where they live. Them get pulled over all the time, and them know how it goes. So
okay.
So it goes, boss.
Yeah, man.
Don't agree with it, but the best thing my brethren say is what I said in the thing. That's how the police approach young black men everywhere in the world. Everywhere in the world.
Yes. You know something? That is yes, actually. And some place even worse.
Yeah, everywhere.
It's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's everywhere.
I have friends in Nigeria. The way the Nigerian cops approach, same way. Jamaica, same way.
Yeah.
France, the footballers, same way.
But here's what's funny about that, Dwight. They don't approach Caucasian the same way. In all those same countries, they don't approach them the same way.
No.
Isn't that amazing?
No. Kranky, and this is what the funny thing would be. That same person that looked Caucasian could be committed or is actively committed.
10
times worse crime than the young black man, because the young black man know him have to be cautious, and you still don't get treated the same way.
Yeah.
But as somebody says, I think it's the police, but I think it's both us as black men and black people's fault, where we need to police ourselves better.
Yeah, I agree.
That's the best way I can say. Whenever we are in a situation when the chief of police and the police officers are there, we need to conduct ourselves better and show that we can police ourselves better, so we don't need somebody else to come in there and police us.
I would agree with that one wholeheartedly, but I don't think it's going to happen in my year lifetime. So, but it won't happen in my lifetime. Maybe in yours, but not in mine. It ain't happening. It ain't happening.
We can't push. But every day, me I press fit, so because you can't let it stay the same. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, boss.
All right, man. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah.
So Mike C. No, Mike C. You tell us, Mike C. Why you're an ex-cop. You're the guy who's going to pull over, because black, white, green, you guys pull over. You guys don't care. Meaning, if you're a black cop or a white cop or a green cop, you guys are the one pull over the black kids. So tell us why you pull them over. Even when you have nothing to suspicious, you just pull them up. No, you must be safe, because there's a blue code or whatever code you guys have in the police department where you guys go by. And there must be a reason. I'm sure they have criteria and rationale and things that you look for that deem to be suspicious. So I'm sure the skin color is suspicious. Mike C. So you tell us, and you say you've been pulled over, which is interesting. You're an ex-cop and you were pulled over, but because you're the wrong skin color, I assume. You're not Caucasian. So if you've been pulled over, Mike C., we turned this into a balanced view discussion. If you've been, what is about Tyreek Hill? If you've been pulled over, then it suggests, and you're driving a nice car. If you're black driving a nice car, that seems to be the criteria. I haven't been pulled over in a while, I would admit. But when I was much, much younger, I had to get pulled over for no reason. And my cop trailed me for about 2 miles in Brooklyn, for Christ's sake. I was way back when I was just started driving. I was driving a Taurus. Man trailed me for 2 miles, then pulled me over for no reason. I was blue. I thought I had rights, and then I realized after a while I didn't have any. There's a code. Yeah, I know what the code is. If he looks black, pull him over. Yeah, I know, right? Because as you said, Dwight, they knew they were wrong. After a while, they realized that they you know what, up. And so therefore they struggle. But anyway, let me just finish the NFL discussion and transition to EPL, and then transition to I want to talk a lot of Reggae Boyz, at least for an hour actually. So back to the so with the Tyreek Hill situation, he's suing. But Tyreek Hill, you know the drill, son, and you didn't perform all the drill you're supposed to be performing. Stop thinking that because you're a celebrity, you have rights. You ain't got no rights. You know what I mean? Nothing. Celebrities get in trouble with the cops all the time. Black celebrities especially. Yeah, skin color is always going to be a big issue. Always going to be a big issue. And we don't help ourselves. So, yeah. We are our own worst enemy, frankly. So go back to this. The Bears play the Titans, and I was watching part of this game. Titans leading 17-7 at one point comfortably. And then I have no idea what the hell they did. Or was it 17-3? Something like that. I think it was 17-3, actually. They threw an interception. It went downhill. Caleb Williams, celebrated quarterback. All the rookies didn't do that well, actually. Okay, look about Washington quarterback and Chicago quarterback, Williams and Daniels. They didn't do well. I think he passed for less than 100 yards. They still won it because they have good defense. They have good running back. So worked out well for the Bears. And they may be, if he gets his act together, they may be a challenging team. Yeah, Mikesy, and you put yourself as a target, Mikesy. You told me you have a Benz, right? So yeah. Yeah, they blew that game, actually. The Titans gave that game away. Patriot Bengals. So after Bill Belichick, we have Jerome Mayo, who's now the new coach, and they beat the Bengals. I don't know what happened to the Bengals. Since they went to the Super Bowl, I know Burrow was injured subsequent to that, but he hasn't been playing that well. People are still confident in him, but all these quarterbacks who get all these big contracts, sometimes half of them do well. They do a 1 or 2 year, you get a big contract, and then they struggle. Yeah. yeah. We could talk this all night to people and they'll stop me up. Because this program will just go south. If we keep going this direction, it's going to go south, people. Ain't Jeffrey Dahmer alone. There's a lot of stuff out there. Let me go to this quick. Texans, Colts. Texans win by 29-27. Interesting game because Richardson, the Colts quarterback, got a lot of dig was made at him that when they played, I forgot who they played in the practice game against. They probably say he couldn't throw, he couldn't read well. He played well in the game. He still made some mistakes, but he played well. But C.J. Stroud is a good quarterback, and he played really well last year, played well in the playoffs. So interesting to see what the Texans do this year. The Dolphins, we just talked about Tyreek Hill. And Hill, even after being, I guess he wasn't distraught. Because if you're black, you're used to those things, he shouldn't be distraught. Getting handcuffed and put on the ground should be normal. So he just went and did his job, over 100 yards. Tua played decent. They beat the Jaguars 2017. They were losing at one point. But they came back. I think it was 17-7. But they came back and won the game. And he played really well. Panthers against the Saints. The Saints demolish the Panthers. Derek Carr, who played for the Raiders previously, is now with the Saints. The Panthers have been awful. Since Cam Newton left, they have been awful. And so that's why you know what one player can actually change a franchise. Now, they've lost more than Cam Newton, right? McCarthy was there. He went out west. But they've been horrible. And the Saints just stump all over them. Derek Carr is not that good a quarterback to be beating everybody by 47-10. The Vikings beat the Giants. So we have Sam Darnold, who couldn't throw a damn ball in New York, who was horrible, who's been in the league about 5 years now. The Jets drafted him, I think it was number 3 or number 2. Stink up the joint. Goes to Minnesota. They lost the rookie who injured himself and played a brilliant game, actually. And the Giants were awful. And we gave Jones that big contract. Why? First of all, when we drafted him, but number 5 or whatever it is, what was it, North Carolina? That was ridiculous. And now, not a good look. He looks awful. We look awful. Saquon Barkley protected him, helped him. He could do play action. He can't do no play action now. Can't get out of his own way. Yeah, awful. The Giants going to have a long, I don't know when Giants going to recover. We drafted a wide receiver to give to him, but it doesn't make any difference. He was awful. We were awful. Not a long season for the Giants. I got to find another team to cheer for. Raiders, Chargers. Not much to talk about there. People not comfortable with Pierce as a coach making some bad decision. Chargers won 22-10. Broncos, Seahawks. Every time I think about the Seahawks, and Russell Wilson was at the Seahawks before he went to Denver. They gave Geno Smith the job. They got tired of Russell and his prima donna ways. And Russell was also losing a step. And Geno Smith has played well since he's assumed the mantle for Seattle. But remember, Geno Smith was at the Jets and lost his job because he didn't pay back a debt he owed someone. I forgot who was it? The African guy who gave him a right hand and broke his jaw, and he lost his job then and went to be a backup at Seattle forever. He was a decent quarterback with the Jets. He was just learning. He was still young, but he's got a second chance. He's making the most of it. So they won 26-20 against the Broncos, who are a mess. Cowboys gave Zach, $260 million. They won 33-7 on the Browns. Story of this game is twofold. Dak didn't play brilliantly, played decent. But Deshaun Watson, what the hell happened? And now he's being sued again by somebody. Because he had the whole sexual thing with him and about 101 women. And look like that hasn't totally gone away. I'm not sure if it's somebody from the past or more recent suing him. But he's been awful. He was a brilliant player previously. And since he got in trouble, he's like he forgot to play football. Yeah, man. Gino's playing decent, Juros, I think. But Deshaun Watson, and Deshaun is getting a lot of money. A lot of money. So, and they can't cut him. I think if they cut him now, it's about 80-something million hit against the cap. Some ridiculous number against the cap. So they can't cut him. I think they can't cut him till like 2026 when he goes on to about 60-something. Some ridiculous number. Forgot the numbers, but awful. But Deshaun Watson hasn't cut it. Buccaneers, Baker Mayfield, get a life after Cleveland. Played well. They beat the Commanders 37-20. Daniels in his debut. Not that good. Not that good, probably. 16. It almost like he was a running back. 16 for 88. He wasn't a quarterback. Mayfield threw for almost 300 yards and 4 touchdowns. So Baker is redeeming himself, actually. He's got a home in the Buccaneer land. But he's rookie quarterback between the Chicago quarterback and now the Commanders. They're going to have an interesting time in the NFL because the NFL is a different story than college. And then the Lions beat the Rams. 2 quarterbacks who play for these franchise. One got shipped to the Lions, and Stafford plays for the Rams now. But the Lions came out on top 26-20. Good team, good coach. And Detroit needs something to cheer about. And then on a Monday night game, which I watched the entirety of it, I think I was doing a show to make sure I got up at 8:30, but I got there pretty good time. The Jets fumbled the ball. What was it on the 3rd play? Last year, on what was it? Similar play was the first series of downs that Aaron Rodgers got injured and blew up his Achilles, and now they fumbled the ball on the 3rd play of the game. But that wasn't the story of the game. The story of the game were the 2 lines, defensive line and offensive line. They just whooped the Jets' ass. I'm just saying that plain and simple. They just kicked their butts on both lines because Rodgers didn't get a lot of time to throw, and then they couldn't stop Debo. McCarthy didn't play. They couldn't stop Debo. They couldn't stop any of the offensive players for the 49ers. They have a very good team, by the way, right? And they did well last year by going to the Super Bowl, but the Jets, I thought, had a brilliant defense. Didn't look that way. And the offensive line, which they refurbished and brought in a number of new players, and people are saying going to be great, doesn't look like it. So I don't know how that's going to work going forward for them. But Aaron Rodgers is 40. He's not getting any younger people. So we'll see what happens with the Jets. But I hope they do well because I need a team to cheer for. And the Giants is not that team. They're just not that team. All right. So I'm going to put up the football and talk some EPL, and then I'll talk some Reggae Boyz. I know some of you just want to talk Reggae Boyz because we can talk Reggae Boyz 24/7, and people just want to talk Reggae Boyz. We'll talk some EPL first, and then with some Reggae Boyz. We are returning to the EPL. A number of players like Bobby Reed and Antonio obviously went back. They have games this weekend. If you remember from the story of the last weekend before the international break, Jura said the offensive line looked better than the defensive regress. I don't know. They both didn't look great to me, Drew Ross, because Rodgers was running for his life sometimes. So they both didn't look great. But in the EPL, we have a number of games this weekend. But the story from last week before the international break was Declan Rice getting a red card for, I'm going to put it, touching the ball away. Supposed to be kicking. That's not a kick. That's just touching the ball away. He got kicked and he got a red card, which put Arsenal in the bind because Arsenal had 3 acquisitions over the summer. We bought Marino, who came in, who played for Spain and won the Euro, and Gabriel fell on him because Gabriel is big and strong and tore up his shoulder. Is out for a month. We lost Glenn Rice now. I mean, I'm always saying Glenn Rice. Glenn Rice played for Miami Heat. Declan Rice for a game, and we're playing Spurs. And then after that, we play Man City. So it's not a good look for us. But, and we had Califlori, who also got injured when he played out for Italy in the Nations League. So, and then Odegaard got injured. So it's not been a good week. Odegaard, Califlori, Marina out, and Declan Rice out. So the entire midfield, apart from Partey, is out. Now, we'll see what we do. Does he play Nwaneri? But we didn't get to that game. Let's just go through the other games quickly, and then we can jump into touch the Arsenal game. So Southampton playing Man U, and Man U's having an interesting season. When are they going to do what they coach? Right? What do you guys think they're going to do about Ten Hag? Because he's won 2 trophies. Look, some people say he's done better than Arteta. And I'm not sure if you can argue that. Do you guys believe he's done better than Arteta? Let me know. Because that can be disputed, right? You could say, no, he hasn't done better. Some people can say, yes, he has done better because he's won 2 trophies. And it's all about trophies. Others could say, yeah, but he finished 8th. He's lost more games in one season than any other manager in the Premier League era for Man U. So how can that be good? Right? And this is hard to read. I don't know why I even put it up. I'm going to put it down. I'm trying to pull this up, people, but it's hard to read. Let me try to pull it up. So these are the games. Maybe you guys can see that now. So we start Saturday. Southampton play Man U. Tell me your scores. I'm going to print the scores on these. I'm going to say Man U beat Southampton by 3-1. Man U's lost 2 games already. They lost to Brighton, and they got their ass kicked by... Why am I keep saying that? They got defeated. Let me use less inflammatory terms. They lost to Brighton also. They should have won the Brighton game. That goal that they scored at the offside was ridiculous. Zersky got in the way. So I expect them to win by, say, 3-1 against Southampton. Southampton is going back down. I don't see them staying up. And then we have the 10 o'clock games, or 9 o'clock in Jamaica time, 3 o'clock England time. I expect Liverpool to beat Nottingham Forest. It'll be a tough game, though. Nottingham Forest keep retooling their team quite a bit, but I expect them to win that game. I'm going to say 3-1. And Liverpool look really good people. I think their new manager has really got them playing well, I think. I woke up and choose violence. What do you mean? What does that mean, Richard? By the way, people, I woke up this morning. I'm going to give you a story. I'm going to jump around. I'm off on a tangent. So this morning, I got a call at 7 o'clock from my nephew. Now, he doesn't live with me. He lives in another house. And he says, I said, how you doing? Blah, blah, blah. And he says, I'm calling you at 7 o'clock. It's not a good thing, right? And I was like, okay. I don't like how they sound. Yeah, I'll touch upon that jargon when we get to we are playing Sunday, so I'll touch upon that. And he said, it seemed like a pipe was broken. And when you hear the pipe was broken thing, it's not a good thing, and it's in the basement. So I run over to the house and I called my contractor. I have the best contractor ever, actually. I can call him 24/7. He always picks up, always responds. And I said, the pipe was, I haven't done anything, people. I haven't gone to the house. The pipe was broken. So he said, okay, I'll be there. So I run over there and search for the pipe. And I had to tell you this, it's the sewer pipe, people. Not a good look. So it's been an awful day, actually. I've spent all morning and most of my afternoon trying to get that fixed. I call a company and they quote me some price to clean up, which is like off the chart. But I'm going to do a workaround. But so yeah, it hasn't been a good day. So I digress, but it hasn't been a good day. So if you say I'm doing violence, maybe that's what's happening, Richard. It's not been a blessed day. So we go back to the football. So that was a tough morning. Yeah, it's major. And they come to do the work. They want to charge me some ridiculous number. They want to take out all the sheetrock in the base, all the stuff. I'm like, look, that ain't happening. We're gonna figure something out. But it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. It's a mess. It's a mess. It's a mess. So Man City, Brentford. I think Man City will win. Brentford has actually won 2 games already. They have 6 points, but I think Man City will win by, I'm gonna say 3-1 Man City. Fulham against West Ham. Fulham has Reece Nelson on the team, and we'll talk about Reece when we get to the Reggae Boyz component. West Ham and they have Smith Rowe too, and they have Iwobi, 3 ex-Arsenal players. Yeah, Drew Ross. I need encouragement. It's been a rough day. And I expect West Ham. West Ham has bought like 10 players, you know. It's been over 100 mil. They're a really ambitious owner. I think they have a Czech owner, I think, if I'm not wrong, who's a billionaire, who's spending a lot of money. Now, you can only spend what you, in the EPL, you can't be losing more than 70 million over a 3-year period. So I don't know how much money, how to get all this money to spend. And they didn't sell a lot of players. Yeah. I don't know. It's a good question, Dwight. It's my understanding that someone mentioned he's going to have surgery. I don't know what that means. I thought he was just a groin situation. So I don't know, actually. Good question. Got to do more research on that. No, I don't do insurance, Anthony and I. I've never called my insurance company for anything. And I spent quite a bit of money fixing things from storm, flooded basement. For some reason, and I've had insurance, they must just love me. Because the company I called, they asked me about insurance. I was like, when they say they want to talk about insurance, they want to charge 10 times the price. And I was like, no, I'll figure it out. But it's a good point. Maybe I should call him one day because I sure haven't called him for anything. And I've had insurance forever. Crystal Palace, Leicester City. Crystal Palace drew the last game. Leicester also has had a draw. I think Leicester going to struggle, though. They sold Dewsbury all. Vardy's 100 years old. Crystal Palace is going to get better. They know have Nketiah. They have Mateta. They have what's his name? Who we should buy? Eze. They have a good team. They lost to Leezy, but they took that 60 million and spent a little bit of it. They have a good team. I expect Crystal Palace to win by 2-1. Brighton, Ipswich. I'm gonna say Brighton. Ipswich is decent, and they got to draw the last game. And Hutchinson is playing well. I'm gonna say 2-1 Brighton. Aston Villa, Everton. We shouldn't talk about that because Everton has been awful, and Villa is in decent form. Even though Holly Watkins missing a lot of goals, but I expect Villa to win. I'm gonna say 3-1 Villa. Bournemouth, Chelsea. I have no idea. I picked Chelsea to make top 4. I hear you, Juras. I'll think about it. I don't think I'm gonna call him though. I have a nice workaround. My contractor told me that what I did was very innovative. I won't tell you what I did, but I'm gonna get the work done. Let's put it that way. Very innovative. As always, I'm gonna get it done and get it done well too. For half the price they were gonna charge me. So anyway, my contract told me I was very innovative in terms of I got to the point I got to, but you have to be if you want to save money. And I spent all that money. But I'm not gonna call my insurance company. So Chelsea, Bournemouth, I'm gonna say Chelsea is gonna win 2-1. Chelsea is just up and down. They played a UEFA Conference League game, and even though Palmer's not in the team, they struggled. So they barely got through. So, and they play a no-name team. So we'll see how that goes. Then Tottenham, Arsenal on Sunday. Let's go to Wolves, Newcastle first, the second game. I think Newcastle will win. They did beat Tottenham the last time. Then they got bombarded by Tottenham. I have no idea how Tottenham did win that game. Got killed by the counterattack. And Wolves were decent, but they got demolished by Chelsea. I'm going to say Newcastle 3-1 against Wolves. Why is Declan not able to make the squad? I don't know. I don't think he's that good. Even though Enwin Nori is not a defender. He's a good footballer, he's not a defender. They don't have the best defenders. So I don't know why he's not with the team. And he's been in the team before, like 2 years ago, right? Played a few games or was on the bench or something. So don't know why he's not in the team, but I don't think he's good enough. And then we have the North London Derby on Sunday. I think Tottenham have a good chance to win this game. I'm not going to pick them to win, but with us not having, we don't have a center forward. Havertz not a center forward. Jesus hopefully comes back. So then maybe Havertz play the 10 because Odegaard will be out. And I think Sterling will start. I'm predicting Sterling will start on the left and Martinelli and Trossard on the bench. Maybe play Jesus in the 9 and play Havertz in the 10 and put Sterling on the left. I think Sterling will have a big year People forgot that last year, even though Sterling had his best year, the last 2 years, last year was a 5-game patch where he was brilliant. Then I think he got injured. Then he got benched and fell off. But I expect Sterling to play well and give us a big boost. But we can't afford to drop any more points. The Brighton thing was a really horrible game. Yes, Dwight, I totally agree. Totally. He's going to be playing on good teams, and he's going to get a lot of balls because we have a lot of possession, and he's very creative. Chelsea complained the decision-making was poor. He was selfish. I don't think he was selfish. I think he was trying hard because he's not a selfish player to make a point, and it backfired on him. So that's the EPL. I think that was all the EPL games. Yep. But not the most exciting EPL weekend, to be honest. Since we have... Yeah, it's not the most exciting EPL weekend, to be honest. The only good game this weekend to me, our exciting game, is us playing Spurs on Sunday. Oh, you're going to fly over to Arsenal? Wow, that's awesome, Dwight. I used to go to games when I lived in England, you know. I used to have... I won't give you all the details, but let's just say I have a connection. I had a friend, you call the person a friend, who worked in a restaurant in London. And the restaurant she worked in was owned, I think, by Robert De Niro. So what would happen is that restaurant was always sold out. And some of the agents like to frequent that restaurant. And what they would do is encourage my friend to get them a good table, and they get tickets. So I used to go to games and go in the box. I think I remember the games there. I think Dwight, one day I went to the game, Dwight Gale's father was in the box. And he's Jamaican, actually. And then I went to game when Aaron Ramsey was there. His fiance at the time was in the box. There was a bunch of... I didn't love the box, to be honest, but I went to a number of games because she would get tickets almost every other week. And I was able to go to the game. So it was a lot of fun, actually. When I used to travel to London for work, a friend of mine in the office had season tickets. So, you know, I would buy the tickets off him and get to go sit in the crowd where it's mad people, mad. Like mad. People stand up the entire game. Sometimes I'm tired and they cheer till they're hoarse. It's crazy. But I used to love going to some of those games, actually. Much different experience from being on TV, that's for sure. But I haven't been to England since, 2017, 2018. So, but if I do go, I have a number of friends who I link up with who are Arsenal fans. A couple of them go to game almost every week. So, yeah. So Dwight said, I've been to midweek games at Watford, Arsenal, West Ham, Reading. Yeah. So Dwight, you're familiar with the English environment. I mainly go to Arsenal games, though. And I used to live less than a mile from Chelsea when I was in London at one point, actually, from Chelsea Stadium. But I never went to a Chelsea game. I felt it would be dishonest to go. I'm an Arsenal fan, so. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah, when you go there, you got to go to games. It's a lot of fun. I agree, Jargons. I think he's going to be great for Arsenal. I think he's motivated. I hope he doesn't try too hard, though, because sometimes you try too hard, which is what he did at Chelsea, because he was, he makes, $325 per week. I think that got him in trouble, actually. I don't think that helped him at all. And that materialized in him not really doing well, right? He didn't play well. I think he had 10 goals in our comp and 8 goals. And if you're making 325 and Palmer come in for 40 mil, you come in for 50 mil, Palmer is playing brilliantly, different persuasion from you. Could that factor into people? Don't think it doesn't. Then it's a different story. And Chelsea's trying to go younger with long-term contracts. They didn't want him anymore. And we're the beneficiary. I don't think he's finished at 29. Some players finish pretty early in their career. See Wayne Rooney, early 30s. But I think Sterling keep himself in good shape because Wayne Rooney didn't. Sterling came back 2 weeks early from vacation to ready for the season. So let's hope it materializes. And Arteta knows him. That's why he went and got him, right? I was wondering why Arteta wasn't going for him since he was available, but he eventually did it. Sterling is a good player. And my hope is that he does really well and help us. I'm not going to say secure the title, but help us to do well, actually. We'll see what works because losing 2 points to Brighton was not the right outcome, actually. And playing Spurs, which is a good Spurs team, Solanke may be back. I don't think Richarlison will be. They have a good team. Have a good team. I don't love their wingers apart from Son. I don't think Brendan Johnson's that great. Kulusevski's okay. Their midfield is decent with Madison, Bissouma. They have a good team. It's gonna be an interesting game. And their left and right back are decent players, so it should be a good game. Yeah, I think he'll do well. Now let's jump to the Reggae Boyz, and I want to mention a couple of things. So this is more about my observations as related to the Reggae Boyz and the 2-game window we played and the new coach in place. Yes, Mikel did sign a contract extension. He knew he was going to sign the extension, frankly. He hasn't won anything apart from one FA Cup with Emery's team. So some people ask the question, why is he getting an extension? Well, the Krankies are American owners, and they focus on appreciation of their assets and the commercialization of the business. That's why they had a sustainability model in place initially. So he's getting the team to be better. They're making more money. He's getting them to the Champions League, where you get like 100 million plus, especially if we make the quarterfinals. He's helping generate more revenues in terms of sponsorship. So he's making the club money. So there's no reason not to give him a contract. I had heard earlier he's going to be the highest paid manager in England. I'm not sure what the numbers are, because I know Klopp made a lot, but Guardiola made a ton. So I'd love to see those numbers. But yeah, he got 3 more years. So 2026, 2027, 2027. Yeah. 2027. So he's got more time now, and he can really leave his imprint. But he needs to start winning something. Right? It's all good to finish high at the table, but you ain't got no trophy. Ten Hag has 2 trophies in his first 2 years. Now, Arsenal probably make more money from Arteta than Man U have made from Ten Hag in terms of table finishes and Champions League, even though Man U was in Champions League last year. So they lose out under 100 million this year. They probably get less because they're in what, Europa? No, they came 8th, so they're in some Bush League because they won the FA Cup. The Europa League because they won the FA Cup. But it's going to be interesting, actually, to see how that materialize and work out. I would think that Arteta will really play to win something this year. He's not being helped by injuries. We were relatively injury-free last year, so not sure we're going to go. Jargon is saying, I would love to go to an EPL game. I visited UK for the first time in May and did the Arsenal tour. Great experience. Yep. When you go to Spain too and go to Barca, the Barca tour, great experience also. If you go to Barcelona, get to the Barca tour. And Barcelona and the weather is much better in Barcelona than in London, actually. Much, much better. So good place to be. Dr. John said, Man U trash. I wouldn't say they're trash. They're just struggling since Fergie left, and they're going to keep struggling for a while. The guards have changed, and Man U hasn't realized it. The noisy neighbor have become the main neighbor, taking over. So in terms of the Reggae Boyz, a couple of things. From their recent performance, here's some things I observed, which is team cohesion, which is critical. You hear the coach talk about it quite a bit. I think it's very evident. When you have team cohesion, it results in better chemistry, on the field performance, the ability to be together as a unit, especially when players come from different environment. It'll be a positive sign going forward. I was very observant when Campbell scored his goal, how the reserves on the sideline react. They were enthused. No, I haven't seen that actually, but I assume it's some domestic affair. But I haven't seen it. No. Yeah, I saw Shamar on the sideline. I saw Hector. All the players who were like sort of warming up are just on the sideline, not warming up. You could see the togetherness was there and the genuine satisfaction and the genuine appreciation for the goal and the genuine camaraderie that's there. And fans keep talking about who born where. I think the players seem to be in a much better place than some of the fans are, actually. I think that's died down somewhat. It's still going to be there. Always going to be remnants, and people like Paul Young going to bring up that crap at some point. But much better place. Yeah, it's very obvious, Dwight, that they are committed, actually. And the coach says he wants nothing less. Tactical flexibility. The team's adaptability in adjusting to their style of play, depending on the opponent, has been critical in the two games, right? Cuba gave us more room. We took advantage of it. Honduras was much more difficult. And what Hogginson did for us really well is made us more difficult to beat defensively. We always give up goals in the last minute. And we almost did the other day, right, people? Your Cataract asked a question, and it almost happened. The free kick came over, and luckily we had Superman in the goal. But we're playing more of what I call it's an interesting construct, and I'll talk about the sort of ball possession component. I love the fact that he no longer want to play let me be nice, the down 4-4-2. I'm going to call it down 4-4-2. People don't play 4-4-2 anymore. Unless you're Inter a couple years ago, or maybe even still with. But at least Inter have one very mobile when Lukaku played with, what was it, Martinez? That's changed, people. Nobody don't play no 4-4-2 with two big center forward. That doesn't happen. They can't move. So Blake is injured. I hope he recovers quickly. So it was a good thing to see that he went 4-3-3. Right? That was a good thing. And so defensively, we're in a good place. Our defensive structure, Hogginson was very focused on being hard to beat. You hear the new coach say the same thing. Yeah, I think what the coach said was some things are non-negotiable, which is commitment, putting the work in, operating as a team. And he keeps emphasizing the camaraderie within the team, which is good. But we're conceding fewer goals than we have in terms of historical Jamaican team, even though we gave up 3 to Venezuela. But I think defensively we're in a better place and sometimes against a better team, actually. And even the goals, people don't seem to realize this. The goals we gave up against Honduras, and someone said the first goal was offside. I don't know if it was. I think it was pretty close. But the chances we gave up, those were us trying to play out from the back. They weren't necessarily Honduras broke us down. Think about it. The cross that came over, to me, I thought initially said on the telecast, on the watch along, that it was Bernard's fault. But in subsequent review, I think it was Pinnock's fault. The man ran off him. He didn't respond. Remind me of the previous EPL game with Arsenal played Brighton, and the man ran off Saliba and they blamed Gabriel. The man running off you got to anticipate the run and make sure you cover that space, and he didn't. We also have been a much better team, not in this window, frankly, but on Hogginson, he spent a lot of time on set pieces, and I've seen some of the practice on set pieces. So I think for this team, we're going to be better going forward, especially throws down in the corner, trying to throw it down by the byline, like something that Arsenal also does, and get over to the far post. We didn't have a lot of opportunity this time to do it in these games, but I think it's something that we've improved on as a team. Leadership and experience. The team's average age is 29 plus, right? So people could say it's an old team. I'll say it's a very seasoned team. Antonio, Pinnock, Lowe, Blake, all very seasoned. Even the Grays of the world are getting to the late 20s, right? Bailey's what, 27? Or somewhere around there? Even though he's not in the team currently. We have young players like Anderson and Lembakisa, but people like Shamar Nicholson is getting up there too, probably late 20s. Hector is in his 30s. It's a very seasoned team with a lot of experienced players, and those seasoned players can bring along the young players, right? You want that good mixture, and we have that mixture. The only question is, will some of these players survive to the World Cup, which is 2 years from now? So I think also what's important is how does the coach and management manage expectation, right? We can be very critical as, I'm going to call us, I was going to say we're analysts, but I may be an overstretch. As fans, are very involved fans. I may say we're informed fans, but not sure about that. But I do think expectation and pressure will continue to build. as we progress to next year, the next window and next year, right? We have to continue to maintain consistency. I didn't think we played well subsequent to the 38th minute of the Honduras game. If you looked at the game and the stats, so we came off the Cuba game, there was mixed reaction to the Cuba game. Some people were happy and said it's the best we ever played. I don't agree with that. I think people just don't understand what they're talking about. And that's a lot of people who are informed about football. So it's a little presumption of me to say that, but I don't think people really get what they're talking about. You're playing a Cuba team inferior to you. They're down to 10 men. They allow you to have possession. You think you're playing great. No. Look at how you play against Honduras to judge where you really are. Because the Caribbean is not our competitors anymore. Trinidad has gone to the wayside. Haiti has its internal problems. Cuba is trying to rebuild. They're on the 20s at the World Cup, so they're trying to do better. And Honduras, we've beaten Honduras like 6 straight times. We haven't lost to them in 7 games. But they should have probably won this game, give more chances they got. Mike C, the Cowboys are winning the Super Bowl every single year. Right? So it's going to be interesting, people. In terms of team playing style, well, we don't have a playing philosophy. We don't have a style of play. But he's trying to play football, and he's trying to play it from the back. Now, here's my view on this. And this is for you, Blake. No get the ball to Latibody and Emil at the park. Close to your 18. Know your teammates. Know their ability. And know what they're good at and what they're not good at. It is not smart to give a player who doesn't have the awareness and the skill set to elude challenging situation, trying to play it from the back in a difficult situation. That doesn't make sense. And he did it twice in the game, almost cost us. And then we had a player like Gray dribbling all over the place one time, losing the ball. So Bobby Reed gave it. And then Pinnock made a pass inside, which is unlike Pinnock, which almost cost us the game. So you could count 3 or 4 or 5 mistakes we made, simple mistakes, which almost cost us, which we have to get out of our game. Everyone's going to make mistakes on football field. But where you make the mistake is important. Don't make it in your 18, around your 18. Make it in the final third. Or make it just over the half line in the opponent's half. Yeah, so I'll touch upon this actually. And you know what? I'll touch upon something else actually. It's a little bit personal. So Damian Lowe actually made a picture of this. Let me drink some water, people, in the meantime. So you can hit the like button. So the like button needs to be hit, people. Hit the like button, people. Deion Sanders need to go learn the course, Colorado, Mike C. Deion Sanders is a lot of hype. He's with the big boys now. He's not playing well. So don't talk about Deion Sanders, Mike C. He's not ready for prime time yet because he showed nothing. Colorado says he's ready for prime time. So let's back to discussion. So in terms of playing style, I like the fact we're trying to play football. I like the fact we're trying to play possession football. I'm big into that. The football is more attractive. The football will draw fans. The football will draw people to the games. But you have to play football, position football, with a level of caution, which is important. Right? And we made some poor decisions deep in our area against Honduras, which could have cost us the game. If I was the way we were complaining against Cuba is how Honduras should be complaining against us. How much chance did they miss? They missed one-on-one with Blake a couple of times because we made some really poor decisions. So that has to change, right? In terms of fan reaction, I think fans have renewed optimism. You know, many fans have expressed a sense of optimism and excitement about the team's potential, particularly with how we played against Cuba and we won against Honduras. And the team is on the right path appears to be on the right path under the new coach. And it's further even emphasized, and something which people are much more enthused about, given the potential new acquisitions that may come on board, maybe not in the next window, but after that, right? I.e., for example, Mason Greenwood. And I'm going to give you a view of my team when Mason does join. I think there's increased support. Positive results rejuvenate fan bases, leading to increased engagement on various forums, whether it's social media, watch parties. There's just heightened support for the team And I think that support manifests itself in the numbers we saw at the stadium, which was what? They said, 17,000? Some people say it was more than 17,000 because the only place open was the side towards Nannyville. You go to the stadium and going down Mountain View Avenue. And if you get 17,000 against Cuba, which is not the best team to have people come out against, it suggests that there's a desire for the football, right? I don't know if it was 17,000 paying fans, but it doesn't matter. 17,000 turn up. Sometimes you're giving away tickets. Who's winning tonight? I don't know. I'm going to say Miami, even though Buffalo's a good team. It's a tough game. I don't know. If Josh Allen plays well, Buffalo win. If he doesn't, Miami wins. But they got to stop Tyreek Hill, actually. Should be interesting. But the fan base is renewed. And also, it helps to see dignitaries in the stand, right? It helps to see the prime minister in the stand, I believe. Now, some people may not like him being there, but I'm sure it's a net positive versus net negative. What is if the Reggae Boyz can average 20 plus fans home week? Yeah, I think we will average 20 plus. Look, the day Mason Green would turn up, the day Reese Nelson turn up, the day somebody I'm missing, all these players turn up, and the results start happening, everybody's gonna look for tickets. As the president said, grandstand was sold out for the game, right? And grandstand was what, $30-something US, which is much more than bleachers, which was about 10, I think. So yeah, people go to the games, and it's not just all people leave. People go to the games. Some fans have acknowledged the tactical improvement under McLaren. Look, I think McLaren is a much better tactical coach than Hallgrimsson, and we're seeing from. I keep saying this, people. I have no idea why Hallgrimsson took the Ireland job. It's probably one of the worst jobs in football to take. They don't have any players. They don't have enough quality players for them to take them. They're right back as the captain who's been playing for Everton forever. He can't get out the team because they have no replacement for him. McLaren's claim to fame is that he was the England manager at one point. Didn't do well there. He won Eredivisie with 20 in Holland. He's coached in Germany. He's coached in Holland. He's coached in England. He was at Man U twice. He's coached at Middlesbrough, Derby, Newcastle. So he's always got jobs. So somebody must rate him. Yeah, there's signs. The signs is that we're going to play more position football. Now, how we do that and do we have the right players? We'll see. Nah, he's not getting 1.5. That's not what I understood, Dwight. I think he was getting about 6 something, actually. I don't think he's getting 1.5. Unless my numbers are right. I did some research. I don't think he was getting 1.5. Because I did a show on that, which is he wasn't getting a ton more than, and Speed had said that, than what Jamaica was paying, actually. So he's not 1.5. Yeah, Owen says, if we're bringing, so of the players you have on the screen, I'm focused on the last 3, not the first 2. If we get the last 3 and we get Kyle Walker-Peters, I'll be happy. I'm Godfrey and Holgate, Wilbert at Everton. Yeah, I'm okay if they don't come. Yeah, I said he coached Derby. He coached Derby because Middlesbrough, Newcastle, England, FC 20, Wolfsburg, twice Man U, but never had coach at Man U. He's coached a lot of teams, actually. His Newcastle experience wasn't that great. His Wolfsburg experience wasn't that great. His England experience wasn't that great. So he's had some challenges. So Dwight says, Hallgrimsson will be paid $650 per year to coach an Irish team, but has been given 70 months to turn around. Right. Yes. That's what I'm saying, is the numbers weren't what people think they were, actually. He's making more than he made in Jamaica, but with Jamaica, bonuses from Jamaica, it wasn't materially different. Look, if you're like Hallgrimsson, you think about it, Jamaica have a better chance to get the World Cup than Ireland does. So I don't know why but I don't think he liked Jamaica. From the first question he got about the food, if you ask McLaren if he liked the food in Jamaica, whether he did or not, he would give the political answer. He would have probably said, look, I love my chips, but yes, my Jamaican food are very, very good. Probably can't name anybody who would say that. Hallgrimsson come from a different environment, different background, different way of thinking. And he basically said Ireland and Iceland, because I listened to his press conference, the people are similar. They're similar because they're the same persuasion. That's where the similarity ends. There ain't no similar in no other case. So something went. I would love for somebody to tell me one day what was the real reason why he left. Yeah, Max Aaron, who's at Bournemouth, is on the list also. And I want to say this, people. I'm going to get to the JFF, so let me keep going. Go to this quickly and then come back to JFF. And we can call in more conversation. So I love the increased fan support. I love we have 17,000. But also, we need to have more better fan support when the team comes to the U.S. I know the U.S. is a big country, but got to be better fan support. The tactical change. I love the coach changes, his in-game management. I like him making changes, making them 6-7 minutes, not in the, and sometime maybe, I think Lowe got injured last game, but he's not waiting to just play two people or make one or two changes. He's going to make the changes based on the players they're playing. So Jamal Lowe wasn't playing well in the first game. Well, he wasn't playing badly, but he wasn't scoring. He changed him after 60-plus minutes. And he did the same thing with Campbell, who had a terrible first half, I think. And I would have changed him at halftime, but the coach didn't, and it worked out well. Right? Worked out well. Yeah, I think something so I don't know what it is, but something went wrong someplace. Because Grimmy leaving us doesn't make any sense to me. Now, Grimmy tried to trick us. Grimmy tried to use us to get more money. And if we had been patient, Ireland would have paid us some money. And I said it previously. If we have been patient and don't allow him to break the contract, because when he broke the contract, he's the one who violated the contract. We didn't, but because we didn't want to pay like we did with what's the previous coach we had who left us in debt. We I don't know why the name is slipping me. We jumped to take the resignation. We shouldn't have. We should say, you know what? I'm taking a resignation. Let's see what you're gonna do, and then see what happens. Because nobody's leaving no money on the table. Ain't no idiot. There must be a reason why he's leaving. Denver says, Coach McLaren is very reliant on senior players. I don't think he fancies young players in the campaign. I think he's a brave coach. I don't agree with that, actually. He played Dixon twice in 2 games. He played Lemberkese in the first game. He played K-Raw Anderson in the last game. So, no, I don't think so. I think he's Schaefer. Yes, thanks, Lone Wolf. I don't think so. I think he's going to play the players who he believes should play. I don't think he's going to play players who, because they're young, give them a bus or whatever it is now. And plus, he doesn't really know the team that well, right? No, not Paul Hall Denville. It was William Schaefer. He left us in debt. I think $500,000 in debt, which we're getting out of now. And let me say this to people. I'm going to digress as we go through the conversation, which is important. Money. So this is like speaking to the choir, but money is an imperative. Money's not a nice to have. Ask Trinidad. I hope before the game is done on the stream. Trinidad don't have any money. They're struggling. When Jamaica had no money, they were struggling. You notice that you don't hear, even though people may say, well, it's the new regime with Simon and Manning's man involved. And yeah, that may help in terms of logistics. But money talks, people. When you have money, you can do much more things. You can travel better. You stay in a better hotel. You can pay for better equipment. And Jamaica now have money. I'm going to say they're rich. But Jamaica has money, and that's why you're hearing less noise. The noise is less because we have more money. We can do more things. The noise in Trinidad is deafening. I'm telling you, deafening. But we won't talk about Trinidad today, but noise is deafening. I think with this window, we saw some player performances people get excited about. We saw in the first game, everybody basically played well, apart from missing goal, and Jamalo didn't help himself. And Casey Palmer came out in that game, played brilliantly. But I've always said this, people, stars make fight. Level of competition determine how good you are. And some of these players, travel may be part of the issue. Location, above sea level. But we slipped significantly after the 38th minute in the second game. But we played brilliant in the first game, didn't score. Second game, we got the outcome somewhat lucky. But some players played well. So first game, the standout performer was Palmer by a good distance. Most of the players look good. Lati looked good. Bobby Reed looked good. The second game, though, if you look at the game, Blake was brilliant. When you goalkeeper stop being brilliant, you know you're under pressure. Blake was brilliant. Antonio played well. Damian Lowe was exceptional. Even get beaten on that. So I want to digress here for a little bit. You know, I have a lot more to talk about. I was on a stream yesterday, and someone on the stream who I've had an issue with keep bringing up the same thing he's bringing up. When did the JFF had their election? Wasn't that back earlier in the year, like in April or March, right? And there were issues around it. Somebody in that stream keep bringing up thing about I'm not calling out somebody for fake signature, and I'm a Low. Since I met Low, I'm partial to Low. And yes, I've said maybe I'm a little bit hypocritical. When you meet players, you don't want to criticize them as much. But I've criticized Low. I said Low is not a midfielder. He shouldn't play midfield. But the person believes I should never put Low in my team and I should always beat Low. I'm going to tell this person, because I know they come on my stream, even though they can't say anything because it would look bad for them to be on my stream, because they're saying certain things which can only get from my stream. Get a life. You know who you are. Get a life. I don't come and bug you where you are. I'm not engaging you. Every stream I go on and say this man is the same thing he brings up. It's like somebody had a record and they just plug the recording and keep playing it. Same two things he brings up every game. I ain't gonna criticize Damian Lowe. You know, and it's just funny thing, people, Damian Lowe. I was on Manning's Man show when we interviewed Damian Lowe. And Manning's Man said to him that this is the man who always criticizes you. That's what Manning's Man said to him. That's words to that effect, right? And Damian got perturbed. Until someone in the stat, I think it was Rob Simmons, says, but Kranky always he can play at a high level. Because I always think that. But my view on Damian Lowe was this, is that he rushes in when he shouldn't sometimes, and he play long ball and he can't play long ball. He can't pass the ball long. I don't care what he thinks and says. He can't pass the ball long. And his stats the other day, where he made 3 long passes in the first half, which is much less than he normally does, because in the previous game he made 11 long passes. Against Cuba, he only completed 5. I think he made 3. He completed 2 of the 3 that he made. But he also made passes deep down to Antonio and to Palmer on the ground. Because when he kicks the ball in the air, he's not leaning back enough to get the height on the ball. Right? And in that game, he was 27 of 28 for 96% passing accuracy. He won 4 of 4 ground duels. I mean, his stats were stellar, right? But Damian's always seemed to get beaten from Jamaica fans for some reason. I was talking to before the game, who's a coach and run his own academy, and he was like, why you guys, this is a good player, why you guys always beating Damian Lowe? What's that about? But Jamaicans have this thing whereby if they believe you're not, in their eyes you're not good, then everybody should say you're not good. I have given the player a difficult time. I used to beat Hector a lot way back when. I watch Hector play up close and personal. I don't beat him anymore. I think he's a decent player. Right? So you can't tell somebody, we all differ on how we assess players and who we like and who we don't like. Right? But for the fact that this person keeps talking about Lowe and me, and I want to interview Lowe. First of all, people, let me say this. I do this mainly as solo most times. Once in a while, Minzy come on. Once in a while, before the game come on, Andre come on. You don't see me dropping a link. I don't have a ton of people coming here talking with me. I haven't reached out to any player since I had this thing to try to come on my channel. I reached out to one assistant coach who was going to come on. He had a problem. That's it. So I'm not trying to get anybody's favor to come on my channel. Right? I'm not looking friends. I'm looking favor. So for this, and the person is Chris Smith. I'm going to call his name up. I don't like to give people any focus, actually. And he says it every single stream I go on. He's so annoying. It's ridiculous. And I don't get it. Like, I like Damian Lowe as a player. Get over it. That's because I met him. Get over it. And if you don't like him, that's your prerogative. I like him. Get over yourself and move on. You're being a bug. And I'm going to get much more derogatory if you don't stop your nonsense. Because every stream I go on, he comes on the stream and he said the same thing over again. Them money, no, criticize this. Them money, no, criticize that. Go get a goddamn life and go away. You're annoying. Anyway, you've gotten too much of my time. Let's go. Let's keep going, people. But this thing about Damian Lowe, to me, Damian Lowe, well, he may not be starting for 50, but I like Damian Lowe as a player. I don't like him rushing into tackle. I said it was a walking red card. He showed me the stats to say it was a walking red card. I had to retract. Right? Yeah, but he's annoying. The man criticized anybody, everything. He thinks he knows everything about anything. If you don't have his views, But anyway, he got too much airtime. But it's my last time I'm talking about him. Seriously. So Damien had a brilliant game. And I've always said this, people. Damien have these games in him, If he plays with more composure, if he plays with more awareness, and if he stops trying to make long pass, which is not his. And you give me a good example. The only defender make long pass in centre back for Liverpool is Van Dijk. Konate doesn't. For Arsenal, you don't see Saliba making a lot of long passes, That's Gabriel, who's not brilliant at it. He's decent. There are certain teams where some players don't make the long passes because it's not their forte. Because they don't want to turn the ball over because they're a ball possession team. So anyway, if Damien stop making long passes and sometimes be more cautious, his game would change 50%, frankly. Yeah, we'll see. And by the way, people, every coach who comes pick him. Just remember that. Even though sometimes that's like Xhaka for Arsenal. Every coach come pick him. We beat Xhaka. He goes to Germany and he wins a championship and he's their best player. It's amazing how that works. And by the way, every coach who came to Arsenal picked Xhaka. Xhaka, right? Whether it was Emery, whether it was Arteta, whoever the coach was came, pick Xhaka. Whether it was Wenger, they all pick him, and fans didn't like him for whatever reason. And for good reason sometimes. But sometimes your skill doesn't come out until you have enough support playing beside you, and that's Xhaka, I think. So yeah. What else to talk about? So let me go through the rest of things that I have here, people. So in terms of expectation, given that we played well this window, I think the expectation has risen. And if we get additional players, good evening, Tony. Thanks for joining. Hey, Tony, is it past your bedtime, Tony? Hey, Tony, isn't it past your bedtime? What time is it in London? 12:30. Boy, you're a night owl. So let's touch the JFF, people, because I can't talk about this without touching the JFF. So a couple of things. So the JFF has responded to the Reggae Boyz' recent successes during the FIFA window with what I would call cautious optimism and some sense of, I'm going to call it vindication. And I think fans, even though they still have some skeptic, there are a lot of skeptics, and they're giving them a little more leeway. So, for example, they have congratulated the team, and a new coach for the positive results, especially after the victory against Honduras. They expect they lamented the draw with Cuba, but very pleased with the outcome. You hear the president come on and talk about that somewhat. Who are you talking about, CC? Yeah. Oh, I forgot. Tony is a big Dolphins fan, people. Like, big Dolphins fan. Your nephew was at the Giants, Tony, right? Big Dolphin fans. So he stays up. They're playing tonight at 8. So that's 1:20 his time. And he's going to watch the game till, what is that, 3-hour game till like 5 o'clock? Don't you go to work in the morning, Tony? I know you go to work. I don't know how you do it. You got to tell me what you do it because I can't do that. I stopped doing that. When I was in London, I watched none of those games. Oh, he got cut. Okay. He got cut from the Giants, really? They need help. He's a good-looking running back, actually. So the JFF also, in terms of backing McLaren, I think they feel a little bit vindicated in the decision to hire McLaren as head coach, and results do that for you. They sort of praise his tactical influence and discipline he brought to the team. I'm sure they felt bad about the Hogman situation and felt that Algerson probably did them wrong. But they may have, sometimes you get ditched, you get a new girl and better than the last one. So I think it's more of a positive than a negative. I think Hogman leaving probably worked out in favor of the JFF. Now, I don't know if they had to pay more money when they pay Hogman, but I think it's a better outcome for the JFF as it relates to McLaren versus Hogman. The JFF is into that focusing on future objectives such as strong performance in both the Nations League and the World Cup qualifiers. You hear them emphasize the World Cup, and seem to be framing the recent success for a more longer-term outcome, right? So if you hear some of the JFF personnel speak, the primary objective of McLaren is the World Cup qualification. But these games in Nation League will help him in terms of how we gauge and work to achieve that. And the JFF is also very much focused on player development because we have this discussion ad nauseum, right? Which is we have to get our young players at the level to compete globally. Yeah, so you hear me say this, DJ, which is, you hear me talk about this a lot. Yes, they come out for the U14. They had press conference U14. I've never seen them have press conference U14 before. Then they come out for the win against, the draw against Cuba, and they were happy because we played well and got a lot of laudatory comments. And the president speaking, like the president already talking now. They came out for the win against Honduras. Zilch on the under 20. They have to do a post-mortem on the under 20. Taking a long time, people. We know what we saw. You don't need to take that long for the under 20. No, Spain Town, you have it backwards. Your new girl is better because you keep comparing her and she looks better and she appears better. She's better attitude. That's why you keep comparing her. You keep laughing at it. Say, I've upgraded. So that's how we all differ. That's your philosophy. Different from mine. We're going to always keep comparing because we're happy that we have a new girl and the old one is gone. What are the fans' view toward the JFF? I think many fans now view the JFF with a bit more optimism due to positive results. And the decision to hire McLaren, it's early stage, but look like it's been vindicated somewhat. So they may be moving in the right direction. We'll see. I think despite all these positive results, some fans remain skeptical of the JFF, especially given its inconsistent management and the issues they've had in the past with players, both female and male team, and administrative missteps, which you saw what happened in the World Cup qualifiers way back for the boys. But as I said, money can solve a lot of evils, and money seems to be helping them be in a better place. Right? Fans are demanding consistency from the JFF. We don't want a one-off good thing and then go back to where you were. We want stability. We want to avoid the mismanagement we have had. I know they had some financial restraint by FIFA. I've been told that that's been either lifted or will be lifted, which is good. But we want to see more transparency in how decisions are made. The players to get the right support. We want the animosity between certain players and JFF to go away and have that unity that we all desire, and which is optimum for the team to do well. And also, there got to be better long-term planning, because long-term planning is woeful. Some fans remain concerned about the JFF emphasis on recruiting overseas-born players, because that's the elephant in the room at the expense of homegrown talent. And while the recent successes have somewhat tempered this debate, you hear Paul Hall come out the other day to talk about this and that we haven't got to the World Cup, so we probably should think about more local. And Paul, you should stop drinking when you're giving communication to the media. There's still ongoing discussion about whether the JFF is striking the right balance between local players and diaspora players. I don't think there's a balance to me. They're citizens, and if you're a citizen, you play the best people who fit the coach's system. Let me just say this. This is my perspective. There's a quota throughout the entirety of the Jamaica football program. So the JFF will come on and say, we have a quota in the junior team, we have a quota in the senior team. That's not true. That's not true. There's quota throughout the entire team. Now, I said Paul Young, not Paul Hall. Paul Young's to play for Jamaica. Paul Hall played in the 98. Paul Young played in 98 too, but he didn't get into the World Cup team. Right? There's a quota system in the senior team, even though the JFF has denied this. DJ says, to be honest, Kranky, our previous coach played so much defensive football. When we play weak opponents, we don't know what to do. Yeah, partly that. So we'll see what happens when we change philosophy. Are we playing? Now, someone say, Kranky, you start stir up nest now. I talk about quota and a senior team. There's no quota. There is a quota. I'm going to ask you guys this. I'm going to substantiate my point. Do you think there's a quota in the senior team? Bless up, Mr. Lovelace. Thanks for joining. Do you guys believe that there is a quota in the senior team? I'm curious as to the view. Because the JFF come on and say there's no quota in the senior team. There's quota in the junior teams. So do you think there's a quota in the senior team throughout the entirety of all team, or you think the quota only reside at JFF says in the junior team. What do you guys think? So Dwight said there's quota. Jeremiah said there's quota. Anybody else? Does anybody believe there's no quota in the senior team? Trevor says, Kranky, where's the quota when you have 8 average plus players start, 3 local born start? I'm going to tell you where the quota is, Travis. This is what the quota, Travis. Yes, they think so because some players get in the team is questionable. Yeah, there's a quota in the senior team. But winning is more important. So here's my view on the senior team, Travis. And Travis listed as Travis. And Travis, try to be objective. I know how you think and how you go act. Try to be objective, Travis. So Travis, think about it this way. We had about like a 23-man squad. I think there's about 5 slots allocated to senior players. But I think the core of the team is so well situated that if you have 18 players or a core of the team, they pick based on merit, you're going to have that flexibility about who you call at what point for those 5 positions. So the core players, the Damian Lowe, the Blake, the Antonios, the Grays, the Baileys, the Bobby Reeds, a lot of these are core players, right? Their game is set. Bernard nowadays, Amari Bell, even Lambakizi, you probably have 15, 16 players who are set in the team, and that's going to go on until they probably get replacement for them. But let me give you an example, people. So and it shows up in the last window, and Pinnock, Pinnock is there too. I didn't name all of them. I'm just saying those are core players. The last window, Bailey pulled out because of injury. Who do we call? Now we're saying the coach picked the team, We call Jamal Lowe to come to the team, right? Think about this, people. No, 99% of the time to me, if you have your team set and you have 2 players in each position and you call someone in because they weren't good enough to get in the first place and that person starts, it doesn't make no sense to me. So you have Campbell in the team. You have Dixon in the team. And you bring in Jamal Lowe and he starts the game. So why wasn't he called the first time instead of one of those 2 players? Why wasn't he called if you're going to start him? Doesn't make any sense to me, people. Yes, it's somewhere around Dwight. Logical thinking, Dwight. Travis, you explain that to me, Travis. Why do you think, Travis, Jamal Lowe came in and started the game when there are a couple of wingers there who were there selected before him? Please provide a rationale. Secondly, and the quota is mainly around local players, actually. Secondly, in your defense, you call 9 defenders. Why do you need Richard King in the team? You have Hector, you have Bernard, you have Lowe, you have Pinnock. 4 center half. Why do I need 5 center halves in my team? To do what? And Lati can play center half. And Amari Bell if he needs to play center half. Why do I have 5 midfielders? And why would I have King in the team when he's a center half? Why would he be in the team? That's not picking on King. That's a fact. This is not debatable. The Jamalos, I analyze this, I was thinking through this and doesn't make any sense to me. Wow, why would we do that? You brought Adrian Reed in the team. And I was told by some of the seniors says, well, he's been picked by the last 4 coaches. Adrian Reed is better than DJ? Really? Hector can play in the midfield if he needs to. Really? And you tell me that's not quota. Really? I don't get that. That's illogical to think that way. And you may say, why Kranky put up honestness? No, I'm just telling you facts. Now, am I overly perturbed about all of this? Not really. They're not in the top 15. You can afford to have the quota. I don't agree with it. We can afford to have it. Because the other players are on the periphery in a sense. Even though you would say Bailey not in. Is Campbell better than Lowe? Could be debatable. Who knows? But we call Lowe and we played Lowe as a starter. And the coach raved about Jamal Lowe as a player. So how does that work? He said he knows him from he was young. He's a very good player. And he started him. But he had Campbell there and Dixon who was player wide. He played Dixon out wide in the last game. And he played over them. So please explain that to me, Travis. Because as we start talking about this, Travis, you're getting your feelings. Please explain to me, Travis, how that works. Because that makes sense to me. Yeah, I know Adrian. I'm not going to beat the kid for the 20. He wasn't good in the 20, but I'm saying you don't call DJ. You call King. You don't call West Harden. Is King better than West Harden? You guys tell me. Travis, you're missing the point, Travis. Travis, here's the Travis. Provide facts to dispute what I'm saying, Travis. Don't get to your feelings. I'm talking about picking 23 players. Provide facts, Travis. Damian Lowe is not heritage player. Blake is not heritage player. Campbell is not heritage player. Bailey is not heritage player. What are you talking about, Travis? Jamal Waite is not heritage player. What are you talking about? I don't understand what you're saying, Travis. They're not heritage players. And you don't hear me question any of those players. I'm explaining to you players in the national team. There is no way in you know what. You call a player into your team and you have two players in that position and he starts with those players. Why didn't you call him the first time? Yeah, I agree that CC, that's true. But Hector is better than King. I don't think that's debatable. And he probably shouldn't get called if he doesn't have a club, because we have the same thing for Ravel. Even though Ravel can be a problem child. Boza is not a heritage player. I have no problem with Boza being in the team. Boza is not a heritage player. We have a bunch of players who are not a heritage player. So Trevor's getting into his feelings when we talk about this, because if you mention anything about any locally developed player, Trevor's loses his mind. So we have Boza, we have Blake, we have Lowe, we have Campbell, we have Bailey. What are we talking about, Travis? I'm giving you facts and situations that suggest that some players get called into the team, that the senior team has quota, which JFF denies vehemently it has a quota. But the quota is at the end of the line, not the beginning of the line. Now, with the under 20, the quota was everywhere. And we got you know what kicked. We got you know what kicked. I'll cover saying, Kranky Live, do you think the starting level is determined when the squad is selected? If Jamal will start being based off the training session, just saying. No, they had not to be training session. He just know Jamal Lowe and he gonna play him. So why did Jamal Lowe not coming in first? Even when Bailey was in the squad. Right? Why Jamal Lowe wasn't there even though Bailey was in the squad? That doesn't make any sense to me. The right winger, Eco Reach, the right winger. People need to explain that to me. How does a player who get called up as a last resort, as a replacement, go into my first 11? Play both games. Please explain that to me. Don't understand that. But we're saying, why was he called the first time then? No, there's quota in the system. I don't care what anybody says. There's quota. But the quota is not as pronounced as the under 20. That's the thing. The quota is not core players. Right? The under 20, well, you know what? Javis said there's no quota in the senior team. That's why I brought this up. He said it's their quota in the under 20 team, which is very obvious. And that's why they got, you know what, kicked. Because we didn't pick the best team. No, that's what the coach was saying, DJ. The coach was raving about Jamal Lowe and say he got a chance to prove it the next day. I don't think Jamal Lowe played bad. He just didn't score. In fact, he missed 3 goals in 2 games. Because the last game, the shot he took, even though K. Roy's miss was even worse, but the keeper saved it and he come to K. Roy and K. Roy kicked it out of bounds. Jamal Lowe has ability. We've seen him play. He has ability. He's just not scoring. Ika reads, please. Sorry, Ika reads. I don't want to be dismissive, but no. Hey, people, the like button is not averse to you. It's not going to electrify you if you push it. Trust me. It's not going to electrify you. People, teams are not picked on training. Teams in international window are not picked on training. Trust me, they're not picked on training. We're going to do in training international window to get a game. Are we for real? In a 3-day span? This is not like when you have the Euro and you have 2 or 3 weeks to see players and how they play against each other. The team ain't picked on training. That ain't happening. Team are picked before. You cannot tell me the team is picked on training. I will not believe you. Yeah, maybe that's the case, Trev Don. Sherman says, Kranky, every day is all JFF, and play from the JFF YouTubers need to leave Jamaica football team. Hey, Sherman Scott, what I want to say to you, I can't say it on the YouTube. But let me just say this to you, Sherman. First of all, the JFF wasn't the core of this conversation this evening. The JFF came up in the conversation to the assessment I've done concerning fans, concerning players, concerning the JFF as a body. And this is part of it. If you want to get into your feelings, that's your problem. I don't give a damn about your thoughts, Sherman. You don't matter. You can't tell me what to do. Okay, Sherman? So let me not tell you where you should go to. But I don't care what you think, Sherman. I'm going to talk about what I'm going to talk about. You're not Jamaica. You can't tell me how to be a Jamaican. I'm a Jamaican, just like you. If you don't like it, I'm going to bite my tongue. Let me drink some water before I bite my tongue. You guys don't hear when JFF get praise. All you hear is when JFF get any licks, as you call it, and it's not even licks. They have a quota system. They're proud of their quota system, Sherman. Why you change it, Sherman? You're denying citizens their rights, Sherman. Why don't you focus on that? Focus on being fair. Excuse me. The JFF wasn't the theme of this conversation, Sherman. You probably just joined the stream. So go back to where you just come from. Come off my stream and go back where you just come from. I don't care if you're here or not. The JFF wasn't the theme of this discussion. We talked NFL, we talked EPL, we talked the team and players. The JFF came in discussion. They got some praise. I mentioned the quota system. You come here in your feelings, then leave the stream. Bye. Yeah. Anyway, I think the JFF has come a long way in terms of, from a monetary standpoint. They have Sherman, just go your yard, man. Go your yard, leave the stream. I mean, no problem with you leaving the stream. Go your yard. Okay, you come here being negative. I brought something up, and I want to bring something up because I have a problem with the quota system. People, that's one of the reasons why Rudolph is not on YouTube anymore with us, you know. Because Rudolph and I had a big blow up on Manning's Man channel. Let me talk about that. Big blow up on Manning's Man channel. I told him his quota is illegal and it's discriminatory, and he didn't like it. So he got pissed. It's a fact. And he said all YouTubers are negative. And he said, I think he said, and then some other person come on and said, I should leave Jamaica football alone. That person said, who I then banned because I'm not engaging with him anymore because he was very rude and disrespectful. So Sherman, if you don't like what I'm saying, you don't have to be here, Sherman. Jamaica football starts in Jamaica. Wow. You're so smart, Sherman. You're brilliant. Bye. Now put them in your comments. Bye. Anyway, so like I was saying, people, the quota system should go. The quota system for the senior team, actually, I'm not losing any sleep over it, right? Because it's almost like at the end of the line, not the beginning of the line, which probably don't affect your performance as much as it would, like you do for the under 20 or other age groups, right? When you have your under 20 makeup of mainly local players, only about 4 or 5 overseas players, you don't play half of the overseas players. You deny about 14 kids their right to represent the country. You have kids who are playing for Chelsea and playing for Ajax and those teams you don't take. That's not a good look. And some of those players can end up playing for you at some future point in time if you support them and give them the opportunity that they deserve. There are kids who have spent hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars trying to get their paper, and you deny them their rights when they got it. Kick them out, send them around in circle. And they're like, you know what? I'm not doing this then. This is ridiculous. Their parents spend a lot of money, them spend a lot of money, and then you tell them, no, I can't come. And then you have people like Sherman coming here, come tell people what to do. Yeah, Sherman. All average YouTubers are negative, that's a fact. And Travis, there's nobody in this place more negative than you, Travis. You're just as negative. You guys don't hear anything positive, all you hear is negativity. No, I'm not saying what he's doing, though. I don't know what he's doing, but what I'm saying are facts. They're not disputable facts. Here's the thing, Travis, what you don't go to Travis. You guys can't argue situations. All you do is come up with your thing about your guys are negative. Why don't you dispute what I said about my logic about how these players are selected? Why don't you dispute that? Why don't you dispute that, Travis? You're not disputing that. You're not disputing that. Our bloggers are not negative people. I provide both sides of the equation. I credit both sides. I've been told I beat Damian Lowe, and now I'm told I'm Damian Lowe's friend, and I want to criticize him. I'm told I was a JFF friend when I defended him against the girls, when I defend him against a bunch of things, no, I'm JFF hater. Make your mind up, people. Right? When I come in here and debated like T-God, and I talked about the girls and JFF, and when the JFF was running against Raymond and I was on the JFF side, I didn't see your butt here, Sherman, say I was negative. I didn't see you say I'm negative, Travis. Where were you guys, Travis? Where were you guys? Where were you guys, Travis? You weren't here saying anything. Good evening. Hello? Can't hear you. Who am I speaking to? Please call back. Can't hear you at all. Not sure what's happening. Hello? I know you're here, but I can't hear you. Are you on mute? Can't hear you, caller. Please call back. So Sherman, where were you, Sherman? When I was defending the JFF against Raymond and his team, when was Jen defending the JFF with the girls? Travis, where were you, Travis? And where was Raymond, since we're all just negative against the JFF? Where were you guys? I didn't hear you guys complaining. And I was getting beaten by a lot of people. So beaten don't offend me, people. Me defend rights. Good evening. Still can't hear you. I'm not sure what's happening. Let me see if it's me, but I'm not hearing you at all, actually. Audio is good. I'm not hearing. Maybe somebody should call me actually and see if this works. But I can't hear you, caller. All right, go ahead. Who's speaking? I got you.
My name is Reviewer.
Hey, Reviewer, how you doing?
Good. Regarding the quota that you are talking about, I think maybe looking at because the JFF looking from the outside it's not purely a business venture. You understand? It is partially a emotional support system in a way, like say a university. You pay a fee to go into a university, but they also have endowment. So it is not strictly run and profit. And I think that's how the JFF is being run, where it is partly about results and partly about giving people a chance, similar to how a university will operate. Would you agree with that?
No, the JFF is not a for-profit organization, but they're not a non-for-profit organization either.
But but that's what I'm saying. It's like how a university is run. Like when, say Harvard, for example.
Yeah.
You pay a fee to go in, but they also have an endowment and they also give scholarships and things like that. So it is partly business and partly, charity. And I think that's how the JFF.
No, it's not. There's no charity involved in the JFF.
Yes, but when they, for example, give a JPL player a chance who does not deserve it, that's like a charity. That's like a scholarship.
Right.
So I think that's how they are running it, and they're not running it how you want it to run, where it is 100% based on merit. I don't think they're running it like that. Okay. And I don't think they look at it like that. I think they look at it like, oh, you will run a university, where we're partly based on merit and then partly based on charity, and I think I
don't want to call it charity. I don't want to call it charity because the players are not charity, right? The players are players have ability.
No, I know, but I'm trying to get you to look at it through their eyes, and because if we don't put ourselves in each other's position, we never come to any agreement. Because I was listening to a conversation with Mr. Speed, and he was saying that, look, you have people in the Jamaican football setup who does not want any overseas based players at all.
Right.
So they are getting pressure on their left flank from within, and they're getting pressure from their right flank, from the outside. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, so I think, you know, we have to sometimes, because when Mr. Speed was having a discussion, I'm like, you know, I started to sympathize with him because he was saying that, look, you know, there are people in the Jamaica football setup who do not want not one overseas-based player.
No, I understand that.
And they have to deal with those people. They have to deal. Those people have influence, you know, in Jamaican football, and they have to communicate with those people on a daily basis. They have to, you know, interact with those people, and they might feel like you guys are not offering any empathy. You know, you know what I mean.
I don't have empathy for any organization, people, country who deny people their rights. I have no empathy, zero. I may understand, but I have no empathy. I may understand what they're trying to accomplish. Go figure out another way to do it. Stop being inept. Stop being inept and figure out how to do it the right way. Don't abuse other people's rights to satisfy whatever objective you're trying to satisfy. Not the right way to do it.
You know, because fundamentally, you know, I think that the best players play for the national team. It will, you know, it will trickle down to everyone. You know, so the quota is short-sighted. Even though I understand, you know where the JFNs might be, you know, getting pressure from,
right.
but it doesn't work. You know, it doesn't help. And also, the national team is important also when you try to get players to go overseas, because the ranking of the team, plays a factor in what type of club, you know, will accept you. And you know, so say for example, the national team has only, you know, overseas-based players if they are the most qualified, and say so the team say go in the top 10 in the world in the rankings. All the Jamaican players will benefit. All the local players will benefit. So it is short-sighted, you know, coming from the people who don't want any, you know, Jamaicans who are born overseas, because that's what I call them. If you have a passport, you're a Jamaican. I don't say overseas-based Jamaican. They are Jamaicans who live overseas. Let's put it that way.
So I have a question, Carlo.
Yes.
What would happen to the Jamaican economy if nobody sent money back to Jamaica?
I agree with you. It will be impacted greatly. I agree with you. I am on your side.
Okay.
I do not believe in quota, because I think that it hurt the people who they're trying to help are the people who are going to get hurt.
So for people like Travis and Football Guru and what's his name, Sherman, whatever. How does it work when a kid is 15, 16, 17 years old? They have the Jamaican citizenship. They are qualified to play for the island. They're one of the best players on the team. And you tell them, no, you can't play because you weren't born here. But the Jamaica has a constitution which allows them to be a citizen and which give them certain privileges as a citizen. How does that work? You tell me how that works.
In my opinion, that's wrong. I agree with you. Personally, for me, it will not occur. I believe you know, everything should be based on merit. You know what I mean? And but you have people in Jamaica's football, you know, they do not believe in that. You know, they see the national team as a vehicle to get their local players overseas. They're not thinking about the football on a whole. They're not thinking about the country on a whole. They think about their own self-interest. And you know, the JFF, the people who are heading the JFF, they have to deal with those people. Those people who, you know, don't believe in fairness and don't believe, you know, in merit. Those people have pulled a lot of weight in the JFF. So I am just saying that maybe Mr. Steed, for example, and maybe he would want to get rid of quota altogether, but he's getting pressure from within. You know, so you're in business as well, or you have been in business. You know that organizations are not one-man bands. You know, sometimes things have to be voted on, they have a board. Sometimes things have to be voted and things have to be agreed upon. And one member of the team might not agree with how things are run. You have been in the corporate world and you know how it goes.
Yeah.
So maybe you can, first of all, you have to find out from Mr. Steed if that is his own personal view or if that's the view of the organization.
No. He's talked about this in a number of times in the public forum, which is this. They have a quota system because it's this method they're going to utilize to get players into the national team for whatever reason, maybe to get them sold. And it's something which he has said some of his stakeholders want just local players in the team. They don't want overseas players. So when people like Travis says, remittance have nothing to do with football, so stick to football. That's one of the reasons I struggle with being on YouTube. Because the thought process is so flawed, it's frustrating. And you can't reason with certain people. That's why sometimes being in this forum is just so frustrating. It's so hard, your head spin. They're all interlinked and interconnected. Okay? You want my money, but you don't want my kids. That's what you're telling me. You want nothing to do with me because I'm overseas. You have a 10-year waiting window for me to be in Jamaica and be in the JFF if I wanted to be, for anybody who want to be involved in the JFF. But yes, the country sent back remittances and sent back 3-point-something billion the other day. And I said, oh, they're not connected. Stick to football. What the hell does that mean? It makes no sense. It's an asinine way of thinking. It's illogical.
Yeah. You're right. It's all connected. And you cannot want support from diaspora on one hand and then treat the diasporan children of diasporans poorly. You cannot have it both ways. And that needle that they're trying to thread, it will not be thread because 20 years ago, these things nobody will pay them attention. But you have people like you who have a microphone who are not going to go away, and you're going to bring light to these things, and it should be talked about.
Yeah, look. I mean, people may say whenever you bring these things up, you're negative. Like you're bringing up things which are factual. I wonder what people said when they had like civil rights in the 60s in the US.
Yes,
I mean, the fact of the matter is, we're talking about people's civil rights here, people. I'm a citizen. Are you telling me? Go ahead, Carl.
Sometimes you have to ignore Jamaicans, especially local Jamaicans, because local Jamaicans, especially, I live here most of my life. They are not interested in anything sophisticated. So you're going to run a lot of roadblocks talking to them. This is the reason why we are the majority as Negroes and we don't own anything down there of significance. So because they are not interested in anything sophisticated. So I'm going to tell you to leave it alone. Don't talk about it, but keep on bringing light to these issues.
Whenever you talk about this, you know what you hear? You only want foreign players in the team. That fallback is just so ridiculous. And then I get beat because I support low. Like, people, make on a mind up. You can't beat me so I support low. I'm Blake, and then tell me to me on foreign players in the team. Make up on a mind.
Yes,
make up on a mind, people. Make up on a mind. You can't say Kranky, I want foreign players in the team. That's all he wants. But I'm supporting local players. And you say, you know what? You're supporting this player because you meet him. And you guys are just very confused.
The truth is, whether it is in soccer, whether it is in business, whether it is in politics, local Jamaicans are simply not good enough. And they
well, I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna say that. You gotta qualify that statement, because when we say local Jamaicans are not good enough, then we're saying everybody, and that's not true.
No. I'm talking about an average. I'm talking about an average. I lived in Jamaica for most of my life,
right.
So I know quality people. I'm talking about an average. We have to look at the result for example, the national team has not qualified for a World Cup in 20 plus years. On average, Jamaica's football has failed. On average, you have bright spots here and there, but on average, it has not done well, and the results, are saying that.
Right.
And They do not like to be corrected. They do not like to take in new information. All of the attributes that are needed to improve anything, they do not want it. They just don't want it. So you're gonna have a hard time moving the needle, based on my experience living there for most of my life. Maybe if you look different, they might listen to you. Sometimes that works. Because it has been passed down by our great grandparents or grandparents that, if you look a particular way, you must be respected, and if you don't look a particular way, then you must not be respected. So it's ingrained in the mentality. It depends on who is saying it sometimes.
Right. True.
Because if the current coach maybe echo the same thing that you're saying, maybe they'll take it from him.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, those things normally work that way anyway. If you get it from people who look like you, then you view it negatively. If you give it to somebody else, you may ponder and consider it more seriously. So, yeah.
But keep on. I have an idea. I was on a panel today, and I don't think we are taking full advantage of our Jamaicans who are born overseas. When I say that, I mean they come and they play, but we don't tap into their intellectual capacity. And for example, I was thinking of maybe approaching, say, your Bobby Reed, Mikel Antonio, Greenwood when it comes, offer them ownership in some of these Premier League teams and put them on the board and see their knowledge. Get them to analyze some of the local base players. Get them to be involved in the football more intimately, not just to come play and leave. You understand? I was thinking about maybe Manning's man. He has intimate relationship with the players. Somebody can get this to him where for example, Cavaliers maybe have Mikel Antonio on the board, have him as a scout. I'm sure when Mikel Antonio take up the phone and call somebody in England, they will pick up more quickly than say speed. We must use their intellectual capacity more. Get Ethan Pinnock maybe and say Portmore United, get him on the board, get him to look at the defenders, get him to analyze them, show them a thing or two. We are not taking full advantage of these players. We are not.
Yeah.
They can't just come and play and leave. We have to take more advantage. And sometimes the players, they complain that after a while, the Jamaica Football Federation don't pay them any attention.
Right.
And this might be a way to get them more involved. Give them ownership in some of these Premier League teams, have them on the board, have them as scouts, have them as advisors. So they have a constant connection with the country, so they're just coming, playing, and leaving.
So, caller, I appreciate the call. And some of your ideas are good. Some of the other ones you mentioned, I think the JFF have that influence or the ability to do so. But I appreciate the call.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, man. People, let me say this. Travis, you got to grow up, Travis. Seriously. You're telling people about their mother in the stream, Travis. Travis, you just leave the stream, Travis. You're acting like a 5-year-old. When you start bringing people's family to the discussion, Travis, you have somebody have a beef, you get into your feelings, you're talking people about their mother and dad. Are you 5 years old? Act like a grown-up, Travis. Seriously. Football guru. You're a plan from the JFF. I know this. That's why I entertain you sometimes. So you can bring back certain information to them. But you're sometimes football guru. I'm not taking a call at this time, people. I'm going to close on the stream. You sometimes football guru say things which are so illogical, it make your head spins. You basically says, I supported the JFF because Raymond was terrible. I said the worst of two evil. But then you always hear something. So you call the JFF evil? Is that how it works? You're one of those people who call the JFF, what did Maverick call them? Vultures? Or what did Gleaner call them? That they should all be fired because they're basically incompetent. And then they say they only deal with regular media. That's how you guys operate. And then you want to talk about YouTubers being negative. I ain't not calling the JFF no vulture. I don't see you come complaining about that, football guru. Where is your indignation of the JFF being called vultures? Where's your indignation, football guru? Since you want to have the conversation. What's up, Nitro? Please tell me, football guru, where is your indignation of being called vultures? Since we are the ones in trouble. As I touch on the Quota thing, which is very close to my heart, frankly, very close. You guys get on your feelings. As I've said before, I don't compare no US, because you don't want no US football guru. I compare no US Quota system, because you know what you're talking about. Stay in your zone. You have no idea what you're talking about. This is what you said. Jamaica don't have any quota compared to the US. We're talking about football now, football guru. I have no idea what you're talking about. There are all kind of diversity programs Jamaica have benefited from. What the hell are you talking about, football guru? I have no idea what you're talking about. You're in the department. You have no idea what you're talking about. Yes, the U.S. Supreme Court not done affirmative action in the U.S. Can't do it in colleges. Affect enrollment. Yeah, that happens. But they did it because of history of racial discrimination. Where did people of heritage discriminate against people in Jamaica? So they have to make up for time and make up for situation and make up a position. When did that happen? Go read the Jamaica Constitution, football guru, and read the JFF Constitution and come talk to me. Otherwise, don't come talk to me because you're annoying me. Don't come talk to me. You have no idea what you're talking about. Discriminating against people is not cool. It's not okay. No, Speed said they have a quota. He said they have a quota system for the junior team. They don't have one for the senior team. And I'm telling you, they have one across the board, but it's less apparent in the senior team and less obvious in the senior team. They have a quota system. And my logic that I provide to you, I haven't heard you disputed it. Because I haven't seen where a player gets called up. You have two players called up before them in their position, and they play for that position. They start. That makes no sense to me. That's illogical. Doesn't make any sense. But you guys don't try to use facts and logic in your arguments. What you do is get into your feelings and come up with things that makes no sense. Yeah, I mean, yeah. This was not a beat the JFF session, people. I talked about 6 things about the JFF. I talked about the cautious optimism. In fact, let me go with the JFF thing. This public statement of support, the backing of the coach, the focus on long-term goals, the focus on player development. You people who are negative come in the chat, because I bring up the quota, which you don't like, you focus on that one thing. You don't talk about the other things I talked about. Go watch the damn stream and don't come here get on my nerves and tell me that I'm just negative on the JFF. When I'm backing the JFF on things, you guys don't see that. And then you guys, you know what you come up with? Excuses as to why I backed them and how that works. When I backed them, nobody was backing them. Nobody ain't backing them. I'm the one who was getting the grief. Just like I get grief about Damian Lowe, for example. Kranky companies, comparison, state dispute by what it are still disadvantaged people. Companies, universities, and state despite what it. Oh, Lord. Oh, God. As a football guru, focus on what you know. The descendants of slaves have now become slave masters. Yes, before the game. That's a parish council. You know before the game how that works. Yep. The descendants of slaves have now become. But you know what? Before the game is here. Before the game, you don't have to beat you, right? At least Jamaica can say they're better than some of the people in the Caribbean. I won't name any name. Yeah, football. No. The JFF have their plans in various streams. Even though they say they're not going to engage YouTubers, and they come and try to change the narrative or make the YouTubers look bad. We understand that. But I don't have no time to tolerate your nonsense. I ain't got time for your nonsense, football guru. And I put up your comments on purpose. I couldn't know your comments on football guru. I don't want to ignore them. Because you have no idea what you're talking about sometimes. I'm going to show you have no idea what you're talking about. You don't have your history right. You don't have your situation right. And your logic is way off. Rob says, I don't see a quad in the system because the JFF have no love for players born in Jamaica. When they overseas, they care none for low. Come on, Rob. That's not logical, Rob. Come on. Come on, Rob. That's not logical. I understand what you're trying to say, Rob, but I don't think that's the way it works. Yes, they want people who are on the island, but if you're on the island playing, you should be in the national team. Let me say that again, people, because it may not resonate. It's like a Brazilian. When the Brazilian coach come in first, he says he's going to play local players because what the people want. How many local players in the Brazilian team? The reason why they're not in the team because they export the players. They're good enough to be exported. That's why the players who play overseas are in the national team. Because they're good enough, they're gonna leave the island. Like Raheem Dixon has done, like Campbell has done, right? Like Trevante Stewart has done, like Damian Lowe has done, like Blake has done, like Bailey has done. If you're good enough, like Nicholson has done, like Speedy has done, like McGee has done. If you're good enough, unless you're very young, like a Reed, for example, you ain't gonna be on the island if you're good enough. You're gonna play overseas someplace else. So when you talk about local players, let's not conflate the two things. Let's not conflate the two things. Nobody's against anybody being in the team. Yeah, like Whisper has done, Pristine. Nobody's against, and here's what you guys' defense is. Oh, you know, like local developed players. Really? Really? So you have me watching this stream forever and seeing local developed players get praised when they do well. Huh? Nobody see you work for the JFF pressers. You're just rude sometimes, pressers. That's what you are. Rude. Telling people their mother and their father, pressers. That's a baby. That's a 5-year-old thing, pressers. That's not okay, pressers. Presser. And I told you this, Travis. I told you this. I don't want anybody on my channel being disrespectful to the people in the chat. If you have somebody who go somewhere else, go have an argument. I tell the man about his mother and his father. A 5-year-old thing, not Travis. And you're a grown-ass person. That's not okay. It's not okay for us to disrespect each other. We can dispute. We can argue loud and vociferous. It's not okay to tell somebody their mother, Travis. That cannot be okay. And you should apologize. It's not okay. Acting like you're a 5-year-old. How can the JFF make YouTubers look bad? Their behavior and lack of factual arguments make them look bad. Look, Football Guru, we're not as smart as your Football Guru. Forgive us. We're all dummies on YouTube. We don't have your intellect and intelligence. We have not been groomed like you have. We haven't got your academic achievements, Football Guru. So excuse us for being stupid and the JFF being brilliant and you being brilliant. All right? Football Guru, excuse us. We don't have that level of sophistication. So you have to see with us. We just see what we see and say what we say. Okay? Please forgive us. But let me say this, because JFF said them ban YouTubers. Traditional media is just as critical sometimes as we are, as you want to call it that. How much time did traditional media praise the JFF? Travis, Travis, please leave the stream. If you leave the stream, Travis, I have no problem with you leaving the stream. Bye. You're rude, you're obnoxious, and you want to tell people about their parents. You don't deserve to be on the stream, Travis. I'm going to ban you going forward. I'm going to look for the ban, I'm going to ban you. You're rude. You're obnoxious. You are not. I have no problem with people arguing me. I have no debate in football. I've never banned Football Guru. I don't mind the controversy. But you're going to tell people about their mother, Travis? You should just go, Travis. Just go. Don't talk, Travis. Just go. Go ahead, Parish Council. Just go, Travis. You're being rude, obnoxious, and like a 5-year-old. Leave the stream. And when I finish this, I'm going to look for your name and ban you. What you're doing is inappropriate. It's inappropriate. It's not okay. Go ahead, Parish Council.
Blessings, Kranky, man. Peace and love, you know?
Yeah, peace and love.
Yeah, the space get toxic sometime, you know?
Yeah, so it goes sometime. You know, life is, we can't all agree to agree now. We all disagree sometimes.
But me just watch the show and watch back some Manning Cup, read up some Manning Cup stats and thing go on today and thing. And I said to myself, Kranky, going a bit off topic, but you know, football related. So I assume say me can tell me say, right?
Go ahead, say it again. Sorry.
Yeah. What financial impact would it have on ISA / the Manning Cup to change the fixtures and move it away from the hurricane season?
Wow. That you think the hurricane season is that disruptive for the Manning Cup?
Over the years, Kranky, bear in mind, if one's scared to remember, there was an incident where lightning struck. And I don't recall, man, them can correct me if the player had passed away.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. I remember that actually. Yes. But can they do it whereby you don't play when in those? Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. And we are going to say now, lead back to my next point. There's also been several games that have been postponed because of the condition.
Right.
You get me, I say? And yes, down in the latter part of the season, you know, the weather changed and we see the finish line that always look brilliant.
Right.
But as a man will follow Manning Cup from group stage right through, people will know that a lot of match get rain out, the conditions are poor, you don't have enough pitch to say, all right, I must play upon a pitch today we dig up. So, you know, so maybe tomorrow, next team have to go play upon that when it get hard up. You get me? I say, so you find, so even the lesser talented teams get a disadvantage because of these things. I mean, I said to myself, say, like, what will it take to move the fixture away from the rainy season and play the competition in our season that is more favorable to everybody, patrons as well. Because people got much, you don't know a man who got much, you don't know, be rain and them things. You get me? I say, not to say football cannot play in the rain, you know. But we are talking about a known season for like, we call it the hurricane season. You get me? I say, so it's not that a match cannot play in rain, but you have conditions where it reach a point the game of a postpone, game can't bother play, game delay because of the good night, because of the risk factor towards the athletes.
Right, but you're gonna have once in a lifetime type events, right? Which you can't necessarily control. I don't disagree that you shouldn't play at risk when they go play in adverse conditions, such as when lightning is flashing, and you should be able to predict.
A waterlogged pitch as well.
Okay.
You know, cause even today the morning match, I mean, me never did it, so me never say how badly the pitch was the damage, but the rain that fall for a good amount of time. And again, now I say football cannot play in the rain. But as I said, this season to me is not ideal for schoolboy football. And it's about time we are evolved. We look upon that as a factor, not wait until another lightning goes strike. And then
but here's the question, caller. Here's the question, caller. Have you thought about all the implications of moving the schedule?
Well, that was my first question. Is the what implications?
So exams like the end of your exams, right? If you try to move it in a period of people are studying for their finals, when it comes to taking your exams to go to college, that's a problem, isn't it? Right? When you have it before December, all done by end of December, you have the rest of the next 5 months to study for your exams to take, which is going to affect your future. Champs is also in March. There are a number of events that occur which may conflict, which may preclude you from wanting to move it. That doesn't even consider history. That doesn't even consider the history of how when the competitions start, when players can. So when would you begin preseason training, for example? Because preseason training is done in the summer, isn't it? When people are not in school.
Yeah, it's doing in the summer. But maybe. You know, me personally think there is room to change it, but you have to take all of them things into consideration. But you know, I have all the fixed feet, so I have a pearl on it. But you know, I just might find that.
I understand that.
You know what I mean?
I think the question is because what people are saying is that kids need to play more football, not right. So they're saying maybe you play high school from summer when you start training to like December. And then the elite player should be playing between January and the rest of the year, actually. So if you look at all the study that was done in the FIFA development program, they were talking about we don't play enough football in Jamaica. I think part of the conclusion, we don't play enough football. You look at the top 20 countries, for example, or even the top 50 countries, they play more football than we do for the younger folks. So that needs to change.
And them equally have exams. So, you know, so maybe some of them need to look into as Mr. Still, but you don't know, that's my little point that me that bring across. You know, man, them just live in peace, man, and live in a love, man. And stop it.
Hey, Paula, I appreciate that sentiment. I agree with you. Yeah, man. Thanks for the call. Go ahead.
Kranky, the comment of them, like myself on the car, we say the callers. The callers live better than the man them in our YouTube industry, you know. Yeah, we buy right time and we're good for the most part. That is 1 and 2 times things spill over, but you don't know the regular call of them. You know a thing though.
Yeah, look, I think YouTubers. Well, look, the YouTube space is people gotta understand this, people. The YouTube space is a very competitive space. The YouTube space has expanded exponentially, even with people who are focused on Jamaica football. That's why you hear me at one point 2 months ago, I thought about pivoting and changing and not to cover Jamaica football at all. And I know a YouTuber who don't cover Jamaica football like he used to. And he's doing really, really well, actually. Because they realize it can be a very toxic space, right? For whatever reason. But competition is good, right? Competition is good. If you're afraid of competition, then you have a problem. Competition is good. But you're right. There is the whole concept then of why can't we just get along? And the best person, or the space is big enough for everybody. It's not even the best person win. Space is big enough for everyone, right?
All the man and the comment of them, man. No man comment no bigger than man comment and no car no bigger than no car. We just reason about the football in all aspects. And we just there a reason.
Yeah, but we can reason without disrespecting each other, right? We can reason without calling out somebody's mom and calling out their dad. That's not okay. That's like ridiculous. How does my mom and my dad come into the conversation? Me and you have a beef. How does that work? It's not okay. That's not okay.
Man, them cut out that man. But bless up yourself, Kranky.
Yeah, man, I appreciate the call. Parish Council. Thanks. Hey, people, we have to do a better job of respecting each other. We can argue vociferously. We can argue, even be almost angry. But the way you argue is not to say or do certain things. It's just not okay, people. It's not okay. You can dispute with somebody. You can agree with them. And here's my problem that I have sometimes with people who are making some of these comments. So I argue with Football Guru. I don't agree with him. He's from the JFF, just like TikTok is. JFF planted people in their YouTube stream, try to influence the conversation, always defending JFF. If you say 10 things about the JFF that's positive, they don't hear it. Say one thing they deem to be negative, they lose their mind, right? You understand that? We all have a different way. I'm sure I'm probably that some way when people that disagree with me, I may push back really hard. That's how it happens. But there's a way to do this. There's a way to do this. And we should be doing it the right way. And part of the objective of being in this forum is for us to work together, to have good dialogue, to engage, to agree to disagree. It's not to disrespect each other. Yeah, Alcova 89. I saw your message. I can't look at it now. I heard about these things. I heard it's very disturbing. And it's not going to help. It's going to just remind people of some player we're trying to pursue, right? It's not helpful. It's not helpful. It actually is going to have backlash that resonate up and above this play. I haven't watched the video, but I've heard about it. It's going to have other implications that people haven't even thought about. And no, it's not a good look. It's not a good look. It's not. I hope that I haven't watched a video, and I'm reluctant. Some people send me videos. I don't watch them because they're cringeworthy. They're cringeworthy, right? They're cringeworthy. They're cringeworthy, Star. And sometimes friends will send me some video like from Jamaica with something that occur. I'm like, I'm not watching this video. Like some car accident video or some shooting, I just don't watch it because I don't want to see my people being in this stressful situation. Good evening. One second. Good evening.
Good evening. Bless up.
How are you doing?
Not too bad. Just taking this big weekend coming up,
So who is that person in that picture?
Can't bother get into that. He's an artist.
I know it's an artist. Go ahead. I may not be up to tune these things, but no, it's not. But go ahead. What do you have to say?
I want to talk about Hal Grimson and Steve McLaren just a little bit.
Yes, but people say we're going back and we should go forward. So I get beaten the chaff out. But go ahead.
Well, yes, you must go forward, but you also have to acknowledge or at least give somebody a bit of respect in terms of the foundations that they laid. You know what I'm saying?
Fair point.
And I think that's the most I can give to Hal Grimson in terms of, when I look at Jamaica against Cuba and Honduras, right? And the team selection, I said to myself, when I look at the notion or the narrative of a lot of these players in terms of them expressing that this is the best football against Cuba that they've probably played since representing Jamaica, right? That's one positive sign on Steve McLaren's side. Also, the continuity of Steve McLaren having a foundation that was already laid in terms of there was some form of stability coming into the job. That's a next positive on Grimson's part. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not it's not the case where he came into a situation where there was disarray with like team selection or the players that I should select or shouldn't select. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And even in one of his press conferences, he expressed the fact that, these players that will be selected for these upcoming games, the list consists of 18 players already from the previous Copa America. You know what I'm saying? So when I look at the team and the performances and how the players are talking and the coach as well, I think it goes hand in hand that, you know, Steve McLaren has done something good in the small period of time. Algrimson did something good in terms of laying a foundation. Now, people might talk about the football, etc., but at least the transition was good for a next coach to step foot in to kind of get the process going once again. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And we're at a stage now where, you know, I don't think there'll be much chopping and changing heading into the rest of the Nations League games or the upcoming World Cup qualifiers. Obviously, you know, with the potential addition of Greenwood or some of these overseas based players, then hopefully that will make the team even better. You know what I'm saying? But it's not like you have to break down everything and then rebuild from the bottom to the top again. So I have to give praise to both Hallgrimsson and McLaren, and more so McLaren as well, because the players, they really love what they're doing in the past 2 games. You know, you hear players like Casey Palmer, etc., saying that, you know, they love this type of football. It suits them more, you know. So I think that can only bode well for Jamaica going into the future games in the future.
Yeah, look, I think Hallgrimsson set us up really well defensively, made us hard to beat. I don't think he was a good offensive coach or even thought about those things. And I think he's going to struggle at Ireland because people want to watch. People today, if you watch the Euros, almost every single team played football. Even the teams that don't have the best players. Georgia played football, right? Everybody played football because that's the direction of travel. So if you don't play football, just play low block football, fans don't want to come to your game and people going to get frustrated.
Yeah, that's true. And even with Steve McLaren, like, you know, in the initial stages, I had question marks around him, which I still have, but maybe it's just reserved at this moment in time because, you know, I'm not looking to bash him with these 2 games. I'm not going to look for something to bash him to say like, oh, this is the question mark I had surrounding you.
Right.
Obviously, I know that when the World Cup qualifiers come, that will be the most important thing. But for now, in terms of, you know, how he's talking and how the team is operating, I know that we drew against Cuba, which was unfortunate. But listen, you play what is in front of you, and sometimes the opponent give you a tough game. And sometimes in hindsight, you look back and say, what can I do differently? But guess what? You go into the next game and correct those mistakes, which Jamaica did against Honduras in getting the 3 points. That was crucial.
We made some bad mistake against Honduras.
Well, true, but I say correct the mistakes in terms of, well, then again, we got to.
You think about Honduras? Honduras created 1 chance. No, they created 2 chances from open play. Yet they had about 6 chances in the game. And the 2 chances they created were balls over the top. The one where the guy hit over the bar, and the second one where the ball came over, Pinnock didn't react, the guy got it on goal. The 2 balls to Lati, the ball by Pinnock, I think there was one by Gray and one by Bobby Reed. The Pinnock, the Lati ones were trying to play it from the back. The Pinnock one was playing off the back. Pinnock one shouldn't occur. Pinnock's a better player. He should be making that mistake. The 2 Lati ones, I blame Blake, because you got to know who you're giving the ball to. Because Lati can't handle those balls in that situation. So I praise the coach for playing off from the back, but you got to do that with caution. You got to be cautious when you're doing that. You can't give everybody the ball in a certain situation. They can't handle it. Don't give me things I can't do. Right? So we made some mistakes, but I think Grimo made us harder to beat.
You think Hallgrimsson made like those mistakes as well?
Yeah. Hallgrimsson? What do you mean? What mistakes? No, Hallgrimsson was a safe coach. He goes deep.
I didn't really hear what he said in the last one.
No, I'm saying that Hallgrimsson made us harder to beat as a team.
Oh, okay, yeah. It did make us harder to beat, but in terms of going forward, we were poor in that. In terms of going forward,
yeah. We didn't get. I don't think we get any offensive coach. He was playing 2 up front and playing.
There was literally no intention unless it was on a break, and we were so deep at times that there's no break. You know what I'm saying? There was no break at times, so it's like we were just doomed against some of these teams. At least against Panama, United States, you know, we did play a good game. We won against Panama. Unfortunate against, you know, United States, but it is what it is. But I just wish the best for the team. Also, I just want to talk about one more thing before I leave, Kranky, right?
Yeah.
Now, this constant thing about JPL and players in the EPL or championship, I think people need to understand that when you look at a coach like Steve McLaren or any other international coach that steps foot into the job, is that, you know, they're looking at Europe as the, I guess I could use this say like the barometer or the measuring stick in terms of quality. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And it's not a disrespect to the JPL players, but no sensible coach Kranky in selecting an international team will be looking at the lower leagues first in terms of, you know, the quality of players. And some people say, oh, want to make it seem like just because a man playing in Europe, him automatically better than the man that playing at the JPL. But that is the measuring stick in terms of quality, Kranky. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If a player predominantly plays in the championship or majority of his career plays in the English Premier League, you know, no coach of that stature that Steve McLaren is going to think that, oh, you know, this JPL player that is a striker is better than a Mikel Antonio. It doesn't work like that. You know, no sensible coach thinks like that. Even though I heavily criticize Mikel Antonio and I criticize him for not scoring a lot of goals. However, I would still think he's a better option than in the JPL that's scoring like say 20 plus goals. You know what I'm saying? Because the quality is so far apart, Kranky. It is so far apart. Mikel Antonio at the end of the day still can score double digits in the Prem if he's injury free. How many JPL players you can take on the JPL scoring 20 goals in a season and put them in the Prem and they score 10 or 5 goals?
Well, that's part of the problem 4-3-3 is that people, it's like when we play Cuba and everybody, including some of the players, how great we played. And I basically said, and it's the best game we played. I said, no, it's not the best game we played. We played against an inferior opponent. They had 10 men. We couldn't score, and we are running around saying how great we played. Yes, we had 73% ball possession, but they're playing low block football. That's what they're doing low block. And they almost got a chance to score. That ball was played between Pinnock and Lowe, and probably could have been a penalty on Blake, actually. So I think we're missing the boat when we're talking about some of these things, which is Honduras is a better judge of where we are. Cuba wasn't a good judge. And in fact, Honduras had more chances than we did in that game to score, and they didn't. We got the result. But the game itself, after the 38 minutes, changed materially, and we didn't change in that game as well as we should.
Yeah, I definitely agree. So, you know, my last point is that we just have to take it one step at a time in terms of the progress of this team. But so far, so good. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right,
yeah, man. Thanks. I appreciate the call.
Yeah.
So Guru, I want to go back to something you can say over the Guru, because I'm curious about this. You said, I'm gonna pull up your comment, Guru, because this is important actually. You said, are you talking about me in this comment, Guru? You say he's going to be the toxicity. He's too aggressive and love to threaten people and block them because they don't agree with him. I've been blocked before and did not cuss, just brought facts. Who are you talking about in that comment, Guru? I'm curious, Guru. Who are you talking about? I ain't gonna move his Guru until I hear what you're talking about. Who is this referring to? I'm curious. Blessings, Triple. Thanks for joining. Paul Watkins. So Guru, I need to understand what you're talking about, Guru. Who were you talking about on this comment, Guru? I'm just curious, Guru. You made this comment here. Everybody saw the comment. Please indicate who you're talking about on this. Who is the person you're talking about on this? I'm gonna wait for your answer, Guru. Seriously. I need to know who you're talking about, Guru. You made this comment here. Please indicate who you're talking about. I'm sure you can type. Somebody sent me a message. Let me show this is. Oh, this is funny. Bless up, Lulu. I'm waiting for you now, Guru. Guru, you made this comment. We need to know who you're talking about, Guru. Don't duck from the question, Guru. Answer the question. Yeah, Triple, here we go. Who are you talking about, Guru? Toxicity is good sometimes. Toxicity is good, Guru. Who are you talking about, Guru? Hey, bless up, Jason Gunnar. Thanks for joining. Guru, you can't keep typing. Guru, we want you to answer the question, Guru. Don't type and not put any of the comments you put up. Explain who you're talking about, Guru. Who is the person you're talking about in this comment? No, this comment here, Guru, on the screen. Not your comment you made about giving players a chance. Who are you talking about? Hey, bless Jason Gunnar. Hope things are going well. You have a show tonight? Guru, we're still with people waiting for you, Guru. I'm waiting for you, Guru. Who are you talking about? But how are you going to block him? You don't have a channel. Who's going to block him? You don't have a channel. He doesn't have a channel to block him. How are you going to block him? You don't have a channel. Unless he was a moderator on somebody's channel. Look, people, I've only blocked one person since I've had my channel. And I blocked the person because the person was extremely disrespectful, not on my channel, but on another channel to me. And a lot of people contact me. My phone was flooded with people contacting me about the person was disrespecting me. And I listened to it and I said, you know what? I'm going to cancel this relationship. And I did. And there was another channel. The person came and disrespected me on that channel also. And the person on the channel can tell you, I basically said nothing. I just allow him to talk because I'm not into this nonsense. I'm into positivity. Now, will I get upset sometime? Yes, if I think things are not being done the right way. But I'm not into the negativity people. I'm trying to support our people. I'm trying to have us be better, wants to engage well. I like logic. I like logic. I like logic. So I'm not religious. I like logic. And I don't want the toxicity either. I don't like the toxic stuff. But I would be darned if I allow the disrespect to occur. So if you disrespect me, it should be better if I even talk to you. Because if I don't talk to you, that means it's done, not engaging you, period. I've only had that with 3 people on YouTube so far. One person disrespected me twice when I was on Minty channel a while back. And they own their own YouTube channel. And I was like, you know what? They did it twice. And I said, okay, twice is enough. You ain't getting a third time. That's how I live my life, people. I try not. If I disrespect somebody, I'll apologize because it's not meant to be. I try not to disrespect people. It's not okay to disrespect people. It's not okay. We should treat each other like brothers and sisters. We should engage each other. We should be positive. But let me just say this about football. A football environment is this. You're going to get flowers and you're going to get criticism. There's really anything in between. That's how it works. You can't want the flowers and then you don't want the criticism when you get it. But you can criticism if you don't play well. You can criticism if you don't administer well. And if you do it well, you should get your praise. So I have praised the JFF on numerous times. But I probably criticize them more than I praise them because of how they've operated. Now, the JFF may not like it. And they may say, I don't want to deal with Kranky anymore. But I keep telling people, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. If you don't engage with me, I can't complain because I will do that sometimes. Right? But don't be a hypocrite. And I've said I'm a hypocrite in some cases, but I point out my own hypocrisy and explain why. Don't say you're not going to engage YouTubers because they're toxic. And my toxicity comes from me pointing out something which is a fact, which you couldn't handle, and you get upset. Now, you may say I'm toxic in other areas, and that's fine. If you say holistically we're too toxic, you don't want to deal with us, fine. But don't say you're not going to deal with us. And then when I point out the hypocrisy, when regular traditional media blasts you and call you vulture and you can't respond, because you tell me you're going to deal with regular media, you can't respond. So, Football Guru, you please explain that to me, Football Guru. When they were called vultures, or in the Gleaner, when I read the article, and this is just 2 incidents in the people. There's many more where the Gleaner said they're inefficient, they're ineffective, they should go, or they should get oversight. I don't hear you come here, Football Guru, and complain about traditional media being disrespectful. I didn't disrespectful, being critical. I don't hear you say that, Football Guru. All you guys have strength for is regular media. Because you know why? We provide you a forum to be able to respond. You don't have that forum with traditional media. We provide a forum to engage people and have transparency and have engagement and dialogue and communication. You don't have that ability to engage with traditional media. You can't reach them. You can't engage them. But we don't have strength for. The little man don't have strength for. And I have strength for the big man. It's traditional in life. You have strength for the little man, you have strength for the big man. So if you can just dismiss, disregard, denigrate, belittle, disparage, get rid of the little man them, and you can kiss up to the big man because I don't need them for no marketing. Let me say this, Football Guru, because this may not be clear to you. You don't understand how this works. It's new media, and it's not going away. Now, are all new media good? Nope. Just like all traditional media, not good. I stopped by the New York Times because I didn't like how they were doing the whole Gaza-Israeli situation. I think they were biased. And I've had this Time subscription for years. And I cancel them and they contact me every day, not taking you back. You're so biased you can't even see yourself. Right? And I love reading the New York Times because I can't read the Wall Street Journal because they're overly biased. But I believe in fairness. I believe in treating people right. We can't always agree to this. We can agree to disagree, but we can't always agree. That ain't gonna happen in life. Then we'd be boring. Then what are you gonna talk about if we all agree 24/7? It'd be boring. But please don't come here and say we are all toxic. Or please don't come here and don't point out where other people are toxic that's in traditional media and say it's all YouTubers toxic. All YouTubers are not the same. Different age group, different level of education, different way of engaging. We're not all the same. And somebody said to me the other day, see, when the YouTubers are fighting amongst each other, when they're toxic, there's a point to prove it. I saw the JFA fighting amongst each other. Are they toxic? I saw Raymond and the JFA fighting. Raymond saying they're corrupt. I don't hear you come football guru and come in and make some of them, you try to substantiate and satisfy and make them look like, you know what? Everything is rosy-dozy. People in JFF call each other toxic and call each other corrupt. You never hear me call on JFF corrupt. You don't hear me call nobody in the JFF corrupt. You can't hear me point to one name of someone in the JFF I call corrupt. Right, football guru? So you guys, football guru, the same thing you accuse of us, you're not balancing your views. Yeah, but here's what you do. Like I just told the caller a while ago when he said something about all Jamaicans XYZ. Be very careful when you make sweeping statements about people. Be very careful. Because then you're saying everybody is the same, and that's never the case. I can't call all Caucasian racist because that's be asinine. It makes no sense. Right? You can't make these sweeping generalities and then throw the grenade in the room and walk away and say it's okay. Do some YouTubers criticize? We're not angels. Of course, we're going to criticize if the criticism is warranted. Everything's warranted. You may disagree with us, but we're going to criticize everything is warranted. Why wouldn't we? And it's sports. And I keep telling you, people, go to Honduras, go to Guatemala, go to England, go to France, go to every, you know what country that plays sports. In the US, basketball, football, baseball, people get criticized 24/7. People cuss the Knicks ownership 24/7 because we haven't won a championship 27-73. They cuss him like you call it dog. Him and Charles Oakley have fight in the garden. And nobody empathized with him, even though Oakley may not have been right. So this view as if this is unique to Jamaica and we can't criticize. If the JFF was doing better, we wouldn't criticize them. Go to Trinidad and see how they're doing. Jamaica is doing better now. Criticism lessen when excellence is reflected and portrayed and done. Not even excellence, good. Criticism warrants when you're not achieving people's objective or in your own mind. We're not all the same. We shouldn't all be treated the same. We shouldn't all be viewed the same. Am I critical sometimes? Yes. Maybe it's too critical? Yes. But I think I'm also positive and positive with you. But what people hear is what they want to hear. So if I say Blake is great, and I don't say Blake XYZ, and I say Blake is not good in this game, somebody say, oh, you said Blake dropped the ball. You criticize him. But I've always said great. Blake is, I'm scratching my head thinking, so that means the person is beyond criticism. The only people I think is beyond criticism, I've said this on Men's channel, Minda Man channel. I think Elaine, who runs track and field, and Shelly are beyond criticism, and both when it comes to their sport. That's how I view it. Because they're co-goatsing for the female and they're goat in the male side. To me, no matter how they run, subsequent to all their accomplishment, they're beyond criticism. Nobody else to me doesn't get to that level. Nobody gets to that level. Football girls and Anderson's team is more reasonable, Kranky. They lost and they are keeping quiet. You guys come on every day spreading a fake narrative while Jeff is doing well. What fake narrative will be spread, football guru? Anderson's team is reasonable. So a reasonable person call you corrupt and you think they're reasonable, football guru. See, that's what I'm talking about, football guru. Is the traditional media reasonable, guru? I just heard Maverick call you guys, I'm going to call it scavengers. He called you guys, what do he call you? I remember the name though. Right? He called you guys because scavengers. Right? You're chasing green like you're scavengers. I didn't hear you complain about football guru. So why do you think you have strength for us? Because you know why? Because we give you a platform to do so. Because we are transparent. Because we are open. Because our thoughts are expressed in our platform. We don't stay in some corner like the JFF does sometimes and not transparent. We don't stay in some corner and not speak out. We don't stay in some corner and complain. We bring it on these forums. We have dialogue. We have conversation. We have engagement. We allow people to express their view. Some views we don't agree with, and we'll say that. But people like I said, football guru, you don't help at all. But we give you a platform. I don't ban you when you come here. You're never positive when it comes to YouTubers. I want to have the dialogue. I want to change the narrative. Hey, Claudine, it's not me taking that because I don't work in the medical field, Claudine. I don't work in the medical field. So I'm retired. So I'm less toxic when it comes to taking something that's not natural. I don't know, Triple E. Look, Triple E, we're not all the same, right? We're all different. I just think some people, I think Football Guru and TikTok are plants by the JFF, right? I think they're plants from the JFF. Or they're JFF people. I understand that. But what they're not is balanced. Right? What they're not balanced. And Football Guru's argument for me saying when I took the JFF side versus the girls was that, no, not the girls, versus the Raymond's team was that I took the lesser of two evils. And that maybe be true, the way the JFF was operating. But at least I took the side of the JFF, didn't I, Football Guru? So what it was lesser of two, because people think voting in the U.S. politics for Democrats or Republicans lesser of two evils, but they're going to vote anyway, right? That's how it works. Or this, can you see very serious standing Kranky? I have been banned Kranky, and you could persevere because I bring the truth. I've been banned Kranky. Who banned you, Football Guru? I ban you, Football Guru? If you say I ban you, you're a liar. Football Guru, if you say Kranky ban you, you're a liar. I'm going to tell you that right now. Not taking it back either. If you say I ban you, you're a liar. So I'm not sure you can't be talking about me. You say you've been banned. I'm talking about me and in this space, Football Guru. If you say I ban you, you're a liar. So you can't be talking about me. Now, calling somebody corrupt in the heat of an election when you're part of the organization for 19 years and you say it's the heat of the battle, Football Guru, you have lost all credibility. Let me say this again, Football Guru. If you're saying the organization you work for, the people there are corrupt and it's the heat of the battle, then you sound like a Republican, feel like J.D. Vance said Trump is the scorn of the earth and then go be his vice president. You have no moral compass. And I can't engage with people who have a morality compass. Because the one thing I pride myself on, and I may not always achieve it, is try to be as fair as possible and objective as possible. And if I mess up on that, like I've said with some instances where people say I'm not critical of certain players as much, I explain the rationale. I explain I might be a hypocrite case, but I still criticize those players, but not the way people want me to criticize them. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you say I ban him, first of all, I've said before, I only banned one person on the platform so far. One. And the person was extremely disrespectful. And I decided that we shouldn't engage at all. I don't want to see the comments. I don't want them to see me and engage me. But I don't ban people. I haven't banned Travis. And Travis is banned for a lot of platforms. Travis is going to run out of platform. Travis Presser is going to run out of platform. I know he's been banned from another platform. I've been told he's been banned from another platform. I've been told to ban him because he's toxic. This is not a guess, people. This is a fact. Because every platform he goes on is the same thing. I'm going to give you an example. And Travis did it one time. If he did it another time, I'll get rid of him. And he did it tonight, so I'm going to ban him. Here's why. Before my channel was up for a month, I think it was up for 2 weeks, I was asking people to subscribe and like to my channel. He was on another channel, and I said, Travis, are you going to subscribe to my channel? And he went off. He cussed me out royally. I hate local players. I should go do XYZ. And I just, like a dog with his tail behind him, I just left it alone. Didn't say anything. Left it alone. My normal tendency is to fight fire with fire. I left it alone. Right? He came to my channel, and I allow him to be here. But when you're going to tell someone about their mom, and by the way, he called me he called me what, boy tonight? And also he disrespected the person called about their mom. At some point, your toxicity needs to go. Don't want to engage with you. So he's got to go. Got to go. No, Kranky, something's going on. Just like Ryan used to say, he didn't ban anybody until he realized that was going on, and others were banning people. I know. First of all, here's the thing, Football Guru. I am the only moderator for my channel. I don't have any other moderator. So if you say I'm banning you, you're lying. I'm telling you that right now. I haven't given. And somebody complained to me that I didn't give a moderator thing. Nope, I'm the only moderator for my channel. There's no other moderator. You don't see me have a ton of guests here. The only guests I may have is Before the Game and Minzy. I really have guests on my channel because I control my channel. I'm that way. I'm controlling that way. So if you say that what you're saying here, you're lying. Now, it may be a YouTube thing, not a Kranky thing. I haven't banned you anywhere. So if you're telling people and you're spreading false rumors and that, you're lying. I'm just telling you you're lying. Not guessing, not doubting you, not saying this. Nobody can ban you from my channel because they don't have moderator control of my channel. So they can't ban you. Only I can ban you. And if you say I'm banning you, you're lying. I'm telling you that. Because I want to ban one person from my channel. So if you can come here and spread your negativity, please stick to the facts, okay? Don't lie to make a point. I'm going to say this again. Don't lie to make a point. It's upsetting. Don't lie to make a point. Don't lie to make a point. It's not okay. It's not okay. So if you're saying it's me doing it, then you're lying. Travis doesn't get no, you know what, raw deal. Trevor is rude and obnoxious. He's rude, and that's why nobody wants him in the channel. I just got a text from somebody with a channel and say, you know what? Ban is, you know what, because I banned him from my channel. What are you talking about, football guru? Because you and him are on the same side when it comes to local players? You guys are like Trump. That's how people are with Trump. The same thing, Trump supporters are morally reprehensible. Morally reprehensible. Devon says, I've always wondered why we always have conflicts in our society because people have no respect for each other. Respect is not given, sir. Yeah, I can. Yeah, but don't disrespect somebody when they don't disrespect you. That's the thing. Don't disrespect somebody who doesn't disrespect you. We can always argue, but when you start going to take the discussion to a whole different level, it's not okay. It's not okay. I'm not going to support that. Anyway, I'm going to close down the stream because I've been here long enough. I'm going to take a break from YouTube, people. I'm not doing any more show for the rest of the week, for the rest of this week, and I may take off next week, actually. I'm going to take a break from YouTube because I'm used to operating in a certain environment. And at some point, it gets to the point where you say, you know what? Is this worth all the effort? Is this worth all the challenge? Is this worth all the crap that I go through to deal with so many people nonsense? People like you, football group. I'm going to tell you that right now. Now, with the JFF, who have had a very confrontational relationship a lot of times, I've met the JFF person. I've met Speed. I've met the president. I get along with the president. I've met Dennis Chung. I don't have a problem with any of them. But I'm going to call a spade a spade. I'm going to call a spade a spade. Now, as I said before, I'm talking about my friends in public domain YouTube. And I don't talk about YouTubers specifically on my YouTube channel. I don't think that's okay. And yes, I've met some players because I've been accused of being a hypocrite when it comes to that. And yes, my ability to be toxic when critiquing those players, I manage it because I've met them, I've had conversations with them, and I feel like a hypocrite. Just beating them when I've engaged with them and act like we're not friends. I'm not friends with any player. But what I'll say about this is that I still criticize those players, but I've also toned down my criticism across every player since I've had my channel. And not because I want interviews. I don't care if I get creative people come on my channel. I will have one person on my channel. I'm fine with that. Yes, I want likes. Yes, I want subscribers. Everybody want. But you know what? People don't want to subscribe to my channel. Want to be on my channel. I can live with that. It's their prerogative. Right? Especially when it comes to the likes and they're reluctant with the likes. But I will not be disrespected. And I will try not to disrespect anybody. And I will not have people trying to tell me who I should criticize if I'm not criticized. Because I don't tell you to criticize who you should criticize. I like to spin words. Someone has prevented me from making my point in the chat because they didn't like the facts. Like I said, football guru, if you say I ban you, you're lying. And nobody has access to my channel. I don't know. Maybe YouTube stop you from doing it because you use certain words. YouTube can prevent you from using certain words. I don't know. But it has nothing to do with me. I don't ban people because they disagree with me. I don't ban people because they have adverse views on me. Why would I do that? I love to debate. Especially if I think I can convince somebody to think another way. So I have nothing against the JFF people. But my view on the JFF is this. If you do better, you get better. And the JFF has not been the conversation of late, frankly, to be honest. It's not been the conversation. Because the team is winning, people are happy, crowds are coming to the stadium. The thing I criticize the JFF about, football guru, is the under 20 got 15 love in 3 games. We don't hear peep from the JFF. You know what we hear? We do no post-mortem. The under 14 win, we have big press conference. The Reggae Boyz win, we have big press conference. Really? You're the president coming out. Really, people? So you have no accountability when you don't do well, but you want all the flowers when you do well. That's not how life works. That's not how life works. Leaders, when they don't do well, they fess up and they address the problem. They don't go hide. Okay? So yes, they should get their flowers when they do well. And I've said this, people. It's just very funny, football guru. I'm the one who says, you can't tell me that the JFF should get the blame when they do well and don't get the flaws when we do well. Don't tell us because in spite of them. Football guru, why don't you address these things, football guru? I never hear you mention it, football guru. Then you're a hypocrite, football guru. I'm going to call you a hypocrite because you know what? When I give them their flowers, because I said I give them flowers with the girls, give them flowers with Raymond. I give them flowers when I said, you know what? Here are the good things that they do. You have never said Kranky give them flowers, football guru, ever. All you've pointed out is me criticizing them, football guru. Ban people about what? I ban people who are going to be disrespectful to other people. But I haven't banned anybody. That's why you're missing, football guru. I just told you. I'm the only moderator for my channel. I haven't banned anybody except one person. And the person I banned came out in public domain and said I banned them. You coming here saying that I banned you, you're lying. I'm telling you that, football guru, you're lying. I didn't ban you. I don't know if you have people have called me and said they have a problem with my channel. There are about 3 or 4 people called me and said they're trying to get on my channel because they have kids on their things. I might think doesn't allow you to get on if you're under a certain age, is the way I set it up. Right? And maybe it's a good thing for people who like to use certain words in this thing. But football guru, I have not banned you. So when you're telling people I ban you, you're lying. I'm telling you you're lying. And that's not disrespectful because you're lying. You're telling me that I lie. I'm telling that you're lying because I have not banned you. I'll come and say, Kranky, what were your expectations when you decided to start your channel? Folks at Football Guru, they go everything. Hey, Antonio Knight? I have no idea. It's a great question. Frankly, a great question. My objective, frankly, was to have a platform where we can really have good dialogue, frank dialogue, try to build a community. It wasn't to have adversarial relationships, to be honest. And when I used to be on other people's channel, I say, you know what, I could do this. So when I just have my own channel, where I can be having control of my own channel and engage the way I want to engage, and not be restricted by saying things on other people's channel which they may not appreciate, or vice versa, right? So you're right about that question. It's a brilliant question, actually. And look, I've said this because I've said this before, which is there was one point, not in the last month, but every day I get up and say, you know what, this is the last, I'm not doing it anymore because I can't deal with certain people. And maybe one day I will just close it down, right? It ain't today, though. It ain't tomorrow either. I like having these dialogue. Not some of the dialogue. I don't like the engaged people like Travis. I think Travis get into himself and then he start using words and cussing people out and saying certain things which are just not appropriate. So yeah, I mean, I get up some days and say, you know what, this is my last day doing this. I'm not doing it again. So I'm gonna take a break for the rest of the week. I don't know when to have games up. I canceled a meeting one of my mentees who's in corporate still because I said I was going to do a show on Thursday, and I felt guilty about it. I'm not doing that anymore. I'm not going to cancel a meeting in my mentee. I'll postpone. I shouldn't cancel. Postpone. I'm meeting tomorrow. I'm not putting out anything for YouTube. If I have things to do, I'm saying, you know what? I'm not doing the YouTube channel. And it's not for the money because they ain't paying me any money to where I told them about. $1 an hour ain't working. So at the end of the day, what I'll do is I'll do it infrequently, actually, when I feel like talking about something. Okay, I will admit you banned me under another username. So who is Football Guru? I've only banned one person. So who are you, Football Guru? Make yourself known. So things that come up to bomb people. Who are you, Football Guru? Because I've only banned one person. And if you're that person, I'm banning you again. I will never deal with that person again, ever. He's banned for life, in my life. So, Football Guru, if you're that person and I find it's you, I'm banning you for life. Yes, Claudia, I live in a utopia. I understand. Sports trial of the century. You mean for City? Hey, Nitro. Hey, Nitro. That thing gonna go on for a while, Nitro. I'm telling you, Nitro. People don't think there's something, people. So when you have brilliant lawyers and lawyers who get paid a lot of money, it's like Leicester beating the EPL charge of them violating financial fair play because they found a loophole in the whole thing. And then you hear people like Simon Jordan come out as if they know all about everything, as if he didn't lose his damn football team. He lost his football team. Don't come tell everybody like you're the world's greatest and smartest person. You lost your football team, Crystal Palace, right? They found a loophole Because here's what happened in life, people. You write something, and you can't think of every iteration. In fact, some iterations are hard to think about. And the Leicester one is, they didn't realize is that Leicester, when you have these tribunals, and you go to them, and you have good lawyers, you can get away with a lot of things. So in Leicester situation, they changed their year end to avoid the sanction. And people say they didn't change it. Yes, they did. They changed it to avoid the sanction. And then what they did, they got relegated. Premier League didn't anticipate somebody getting relegated and then have to charge them for financial fair play violation. So they changed their year end to extend it out, and then they got relegated subsequent to that. So the charge didn't apply to them because they made the violation subsequent a certain date, right? And then people like Simon Jordan with their chests out as if they're the world's greatest, smartest person. The EPL was inept, and people find loopholes. They do it in taxes all the time. You can't think of every scenario. That's why you should try to get as much people as possible, something that's secretive, to review what you have, because you can't think of everything. Just hear me give a hard time to JFF about, why don't you bring something to the public domain so you can get ideas? Because people, we don't know everything about everything. And the EPL learned a good lesson. They will never close all the loopholes, because loopholes are made to be found by those who are trying to get around something. And I haven't banned TikTok, so it can't be TikTok. I haven't banned anybody except, I said I banned one person. I haven't banned TikTok. I would never ban TikTok. I'm saying never. Unless the person is disrespectful, I'm not banning them. If they have an adverse view, not banning them. We don't have to agree. That's not life. Disagreeing is a good thing sometimes. I don't want to be bored. But if you're disrespectful and tell somebody about their parents, you got to go. That's not okay. Or if you're going to disrespect me and say all sort of stuff, we having a dialogue. It's a difference between you having a dialogue and disagreeing versus you calling the person all certain names. They're a sissy this or they're a boy this. Who wants that? I'm not going to get into that discussion with you. I'm just going to not engage you. Yeah, no, that's what I said that before determine. If you can call somebody derogatory name, you call them, say they're you're gonna disrespect them by their manhood or whatever it is. Those things are not okay. You're gonna talk about their parents. That's not okay, people. We're grown-ups. That's not okay. That's not okay. For the game, Stephen Bronson, the expert on this topic, he's really like Najib, not Simon Jordan. Yeah, Stephen, there are two of them actually. There's Stephen and there's another person. Well, Simon knows a lot. Don't get me wrong. He knows a lot. But he has this hindsight view of life, and they make it seem like he's all-knowing about everything. And I would say to Simon, and all the people you respect are venture capitalists, like Boy, because I guess he dealt with them, and they probably had him his shirt, and he lost his team to Parish, which he'd never forgotten. But Simon, if you're that brilliant, you wouldn't have lost your team. And you had like 7 managers in like 8 years, whatever it was. So, yeah. Yeah, no, he probably will not have no channel at some point, Claudine. Tomorrow, if I remember, I'm gonna ban him. Yeah, I don't want to deal with anybody like that. It's not okay. That sort of disrespect is not okay. No, I didn't ban you. Football. Like I said, Football Guru, I banned one person who denigrated me on 2 channels, actually. In fact, I was on another channel when he came on, and he was carrying on, and I said nothing. Because as far as I'm concerned, sometimes, if I ban you, you don't exist. So why am I going to argue with you? You're arguing, and he's cussing me, and I'm sitting there smiling and reading something. Didn't even hear what he's saying. And people on his chat are saying, "How come Kranky's so calm?" That's not Kranky. And I was like, because I've moved on. And because Travis is rude and obnoxious, and he doesn't know how to debate, he will say things which are so terrible to people that's not warranted. He telling the person about his mom and his dad. Who does that? Did he want to call me a boy? Like, it's not a good thing. And I was trying to work with Travis, because he was disrespectful to me on our channel. He said, by the way, when I asked him to come and subscribe to my channel, you know what he said? He cussed me out for long first. Then he said, I will never, ever subscribe and like your channel. I will never be on a channel ever. Go XYZ. And I didn't say anything in the chat. I just left. I was like, that's my fault. I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have asked you to come and subscribe to my channel. He did that, people. And I moved on, didn't say anything, right? And I said, and he got in my channel, and then what he did tonight? Nah, you gotta go, Travis. Sorry, bye. Yeah. It's not okay, people. It's not okay. We are all adults in this chat, I believe. And no, I didn't know he was talking about my mom. My mom has passed away. But at the end of the day, he will probably say that, but not on my channel. He won't say it anymore. I don't even know how to ban people. You know, I had to go read up on YouTube how to ban somebody. When I ban that one person, I spend time on YouTube searching how you do this because it's not what I do. But what I want people in this forum is not to ban anybody. I want us to have intense dialogue, substantive dialogue, engage as people, and agree to disagree. Don't come on here and disrespect anybody. Don't come on here people tell them about their family. That's not okay. Do like Football Guru do. Defend the JFF until you die. Defend the JFF with your hand in your heart. Defend them. And anybody say anything that may even sound like criticism, you go at them. Yeah, no, I understand, Determined. I understand. I understand. So, Football Guru, if you are in 5 channels and people take offense to you, then look in the mirror. Let me say this again, people, because Trump doesn't know how to do this, and some people don't know how to do this. If you are the theme of something, and all these people want to ban you, Football Guru, and all these people are against you, then ask yourself, is it me or is it them? Because sometimes everybody can't be wrong in the Football Guru. Everybody can be wrong. Hey, DJ, I love the Sterling signing. Now, I may be proven wrong, but I love the Sterling signing. And you know why? Because Martinelli has not played well. Trossard is not a starter. He's off the bench, very good off the bench, brilliant goal scorer. He's not a winger. In fact, he doesn't have a position in the field, but he can play the 10. I love the Sterling signing. I remember last year for a 5-game stretch. Remember Sterling played against City and was destroying Kyle Walker, right? Played well in certain game, and then all of a sudden he went off the rails. And we had Chelsea, which is dysfunctional. These things happen. It's like Jamaica, which was dysfunctional at one point, but people are playing better now. Because the JFF is getting their act together. Right, Football Guru? The JFF, nobody's cussing the JFF nowadays, Football Guru. The football is good. We're getting crowded in the stadium. And here's another thing, Football Guru, which you don't give me credit for. I was the one here beating fans. You know Football Guru? He said, go watch my tape. Go watch my tapes, Football Guru. I was the one here beating fans about going to the stadium. Even if you don't care about the JFF, go to the stadium. Support the players. Don't let them play to him the stadium. So Football Guru, I've never heard you come on channel and say, no, Kranky, I agree with you on this. You have said this is fine. You are as negative Football Guru as there is. You're as negative as YouTubers you call out. Football Guru, because I know you work for the JFF. You are as negative as YouTubers you call out. And I've done programs saying here are the plus and minus for the JFF. I have never heard you come on channel and say, hey, Kranky, you said this about JFF, which I don't agree with, but you said this, which I agree with, because it was positive, if that's how you operate. Yes, Nitro, I read this today. A 7-year-old found a machine gun at a school in St. Lord have mercy. That's startling. A machine gun. This is not America in a way. People down south have their own gun. But Guru said, all I do is defend the JFF speed and chung, and it's how I come to realize that most of these YouTubers want to see and say negative narrative. When I talk about the good thing about JFF, they ban them. Have I banned when you said so Football Guru? You're talking about my channel, right? Not talking about other YouTubers. Have you said positive thing about the JFF and I ban you? Or positive JFF? Because you say I ban you, I've never banned you, so that's not true. Have you said positive JFF and I ban you? Okay, Football Guru, here's the question. Have I ever said anything positive about the JFF, Football Guru? Answer that question. Have I ever said anything positive about the JFF, Football Guru? Let me hear it. And my answer, I know. Can I go clip what I said about the JFF? My answer, Football Guru. You're quick with your responses, don't be slow. Have I ever said positive about the JFF on multiple occasions? Football Guru, I want to hear your response. Because it's easy to criticize in a Football Guru. It's hard to give credit. Yeah, this whole thing about 7-year-old machine gun people. I don't know. Look, part of the problem with machine guns in Jamaica is people in diaspora. Because they must say about the gun got Jamaica. Gun got Jamaica by themselves. People in diaspora are some of the most toxic people when it comes to destroying the country because they're the ones sending guns back to Jamaica. They ain't walking to Jamaica by themselves. So yes, we do a lot of good for the island. We also do a lot of bad by sending guns back. That's not okay, people. That's not okay. You send back guns, get people killed, you destroy the country, you affect every aspect of the country. Because safety, you have to get more security to protect people. Tourists get concerned. It's a mess. People don't invest in the country. So a lot of people in the diaspora are toxic because they're the ones sending the guns back. Toxic as hell. And I have no tolerance for you. You should go to hell. Seriously. Not a good thing. Not a good thing. Nothing good about that, people. But Football Guru, we're still waiting on Football Guru. You type fast. You type a lot. I asked you a question. Please answer. Somehow you so slow you answer when I ask you a certain question. Here's the question again, Football Guru. Has Kranky ever said anything positive about the JFF on more than one occasion? Football Guru, I want to hear what you have to say. I can't hear you. You're not typing. Can't have your tongue or something have your fingers because you ain't typing, Football Guru. And Football Guru, I have something to say to you too. You're on TikTok. I dare you to call into my program. Let me see that again, Football Guru. I dare you to call the phone. Let me drop that. See the link. It's from the Football Guru call into the program. I have said part of the JFF are rubbish to point, and soon I'm not busy in the chat. You guys all call your Football Guru. You're not answering the question. Stop making it about you. I asked you a question. And you're talking nonsense because I've never banned you and deny any of your comments. I put up as much comments as I can. Everybody think their comments need to go up. You can't. The person running the channel sometimes can't put up every single comment. They just can't. It's not possible. You're multitasking. You're looking at your phone for information coming in. You're getting calls in. You're looking at all the comments. You're trying to make sure things done. That doesn't work. Good evening.
Kranky, you're doing me for call the program. I call right now. What?
Yeah, but are you Football Guru? That's the question. I said Football Guru. I didn't say Chicago. I said Football Guru.
No, sir. Them people are calling, man. I don't care, man. They think them on the brave food.
No, because if they come to the chat and say one word, we're going to know who they are. That's what it is.
Listen, you know, I don't know if you ever listened to one rap song by Drake. The man say, trigger finger turn Twitter finger. A lot of them only good for type. They cannot do any action. At least Travis brave enough for call, so big him up for that. But anyway,
but I haven't banned Football Guru. I haven't banned TikTok, and they're always anti-Kranky when they come on. So go ahead.
No, but that's my point. I'm saying at least the man where you go ban him brave enough for call. Them one day, them will never call you, but them ready for ban tankers. But me just say still anyway, me tune in late. I'm there listen to you.
Right.
But the last thing you just mentioned about saying that the diaspora is toxic regarding, possibly that conspiracy of sending the
weapons. No, it's not possible. They send a lot of guns back. That's not possible. That's happening.
No,
I'm not saying everyone in the diaspora.
It's a conspiracy.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But what I was saying is like, maybe I like if you rethink that for a second.
In terms of
Think
what?
about it. All right, listen to this. How likely would that gun come from Jamaica to up here? Very minuscule, right?
I don't think it happens.
And okay, that's what I'm saying. You never even hear it.
Right.
But how likely a gun leave this port and go to Jamaica?
Probably every day.
No, yeah, you can.
Probably every day. Probably every day.
So, all right, perfect point. I'm saying you could probably say, well, yeah, them probably ship it, then put it in the barrel, them and then pack it good and everything. So how we have good things to scan things to come in, but we don't have nothing good to scan things to go out. I may have to say, because just in case the chat I wonder, I am in the United States, so when I say we,
right,
I'm talking now in the diaspora.
But here's the thing, Chicago. I'm gonna stop you right there. Forget about scanning anything. If we don't send most of the guns, they're not getting to Jamaica. So forget about scan. Because here what we're doing. We're talking about the difference between preventative measures and detective measures. A scanner is detective. If you want to fix a problem, prevent it from starting.
No,
Preventative is don't send the gun. Detective is trying to catch the gun.
All right, listen, let me give you an example. Chicago, CM Chicago. There is probably one or two states that's more violent than Chicago.
True.
For people who don't know that, or most people in America might not be aware, but the people outside like Jamaica right now, they don't even know that. One of the most violent states in America is Chicago.
Every weekend, bunch of people get killed in Chicago.
Yes, all 200 people get shot on a weekend. Yeah. No joke. And it will never make the news in terms of international news because it's a normal thing. It got so normalized.
Yep.
You know, said I can send you the clip one day. There was a Ku Klux Klan member. He also confessed that they send guns in the ghettos so that black people can kill them themselves. Because basically they say, yo, we don't have to do the work no more. They must do it themselves. Yeah,
but because you get the gun, then you have to use it.
Yeah, but I look how me bring it now upon a brother diaspora kind of a mindset. Haiti, one of the poorest countries in the Caribbean, and they have so much gun because a lot of guns also come from Haiti and go even to Jamaica. Where are these guns coming from? Haiti don't even have really a good army. We have to be sending army from the Caribbean, the CARICOM, to support Haiti with their outspills of violence. So what I'm trying to say though, Kranky, sometimes, and this happens in every black country, but I'm saying sometimes you might think that, you know what, it's really just us, and it's not. Just like that 1980 political warfare, it was not even us as people started that. That was organized and started by the top people in these regions, if you get what I'm saying. So sometimes there's other people, mastermind behind it to create a distraction and a diversion. And yes, it worked because clearly, the gangs and everything rampant and violent, and of course them get the opportunity to create havoc. But some of it, you have to start realize after a time, why is it so easy but accessible to just ship out of the country and go elsewhere? You understand? We're not suing.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. People, if you try to identify every single thing going on in the country, it's become difficult, right? Now in Jamaica, maybe the more difficult because you need resources to check all these things. But not everything comes to the US get checked. That's why you think so much guns come across the US, go across the US border to Mexico, and so much drugs come across. You can't check every single thing. Here's the point I'm making, though, which is not disputable. Jamaicans send a lot of guns back to Jamaica to kill them one another. Jamaicans, and I'm saying all Jamaican people, because I know someone like to say use it all inclusive. I'm not saying all. Jamaicans, which is some Jamaicans, send guns back to Jamaica to kill other Jamaicans. That cannot be okay.
No, 100%, and I agree.
Right? And I don't disagree about 1980 when the US and Cuba were fighting over Jamaica and the CIA and Castro pushed guns into Jamaica. We all understand the history. And we became we became being used as pawns by one superpower and one want to be a country, right? But that's 1980. Right. We're in 2024 now. We know better. We should not be sending guns to kill one another. How does that help anybody?
I was just more so saying that sometimes that some of it might not be at the own detriment of our people. It's really and truly that never stop either. That's really what I was trying to.
But here's the thing too: there are people in Jamaica in senior position importing guns in Jamaica. A friend of mine told me, somebody approached him about bringing in guns, and he was like, "What do you mean bringing guns? You're doing well. Why are you doing that? Because it's the money." But the person selling the gun is not thinking about the implications of how the gun is going to be used. They don't care. All they're thinking about is feeding their pocket and then take the money and do what they want to do with it. We don't think about, when I make a decision, who gets affected by my decision? Yeah, we don't think about that. All we think about is our own personal pleasure.
Sam, sometimes we don't realize, even poverty and crime makes money for the rich. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's a business, so they don't mind stopping that business because it brings other lucrative money to them. So you kind of, like for example, it not spill over to certain areas. So you just kind of just keep a blind eye and I say, yo, no worry. Every now and then I look out, one and two occasion might occur. But as long as it not becoming too out of hand,
Yeah.
the balance and checks won't be too big.
We are in an emergency when it comes to guns in Jamaica. It's an emergency.
100%, man. No, man, I agree with
And
it.
it's not and the way the government trying to solve it doesn't make any sense. You know what the US tried to do, which was a good thing in solving the immigration crisis? They weren't just thinking about, let me just stop people at the border. The reason why Kamala Harris probably failed, because she was trying to address the root cause, which is this. Why do people want to leave their country where they were born to come to the US so desperately? Mm-hmm. And they realize it's a combination of crime and economic opportunity. So they were trying to figure out ways to try to address those. I'm not sure they did it really well. And part of the crime thing is because the US make guns and those guns get to those places. So people feel unsafe. Lack of safety affects economic opportunities. Lack of industry affects economic opportunities. That's why people are struggling. And people don't seem to realize this. So people in Jamaica graduate with their exam results, can't get no job, have no future, go work in a call center, that can't be okay. That's why people want to leave the island to go someplace where they can get a chance. The guns are killing the country. Even though the country is booming in some respects, the guns are a problem.
Kranky, a lot of the leaders are puppets, you know.
Well, I don't know if the leaders are puppet, but I'm saying the leaders. Sometimes here's the problem we have to people. We place too much emphasis sometimes on the leaders, and we don't look into our own household. Here's the thing about this, and there's people in the US too. All I hear is what the government can do for me. What are you doing for yourself?
Yeah, no.
The Democrats haven't done anything for the black people in America. What are you doing for yourself?
No, let me explain what I was trying to say. I say a lot of the leaders are puppets.
Right.
In terms of, for example, to create, you kind of, hint on it. I'm saying to create the gateway for opportunity for the country to grow and develop, we have to rely on the resources we have and also the education to get to a level to create those type of, I would say, dreams or opportunities.
Right.
Now, if those are being stifled and also be capitalized and also be sold out, without proper checks and balances, then everybody's going to say, well, I can't get no job somewhere. You understand? So basically, everybody will elope and go somewhere else. It's going to be a continuous domino effect.
Yes.
We have, for example, that's what I'm saying. We have certain resources and we don't take the opportunities to enhance and utilize them. We allow other investors to come in and the country doesn't get enough benefit from it. So that's why I'm saying the governments themselves.
Well, here's that word. Here's part of the problem with that also. So the people coming with their money to invest, I'm going to just say this word, may not resonate with them. They grease certain palms and they get what they want to do. You come in with your money, you may not get the same opportunity because your money may not be big enough or your palm greasing may not be big enough. Those are facts.
All right. It's clear. It's something you hear all the while.
Yep.
Matter of fact, a lot of the people them even back home agree. They say, yo, you them eat a food, man. I want to, man.
Yeah.
That is the thing. We just love this eat a food mentality. As long as and guess what? People have become selfish. Nobody no care about.
Yeah.
Like I said, the broader good and the wider good. You understand? So the long-term thing, I'm sorry, really, I delve off a little bit into this political aspect of things, but look on the aisle, for example, much opportunity that
back up. Do we really have oil? That's the question.
Well, the opportunity. That's what
I'm just saying, is there really oil there? Because sometimes there's oil in certain regions, but it's so far in the ground and offshore, it's hard to get to. And then you got to sell your soul to go dig it up because you got to pay the Exxons and the BPs of the world, and then they manipulate you, and you don't engage other people like the Saudi Arabians and the Qatarians who have done this before and are able to maintain their own autonomy, like what Guyana is doing with Exxon, obviously. Guyana is probably getting squeezed and just getting some royalties because they're going to tell them how much expense they have when half the expenses that they have, they didn't have. Because what they're going to pay them is they're going to pay them royalties after they deduct expenses. It'd be amazing what goes into those expenses.
True, but all right, put it like this. The other day, I remember reading, it's been a couple of months now. There was a Canadian company got, I think, a lease or something agreement to do some mining for gold.
Right.
I think it was in the Clarendon region and another area. I want to say like Pole. I don't remember, but there was a couple areas. Clearly, they had to do evaluation because them have certain machine where they can use to scan.
Yeah.
So all of these are being done and people not paying attention and being aware. I'm just saying that there's so much opportunities. Don't get me wrong, we don't have the infrastructure to even mind the thing in the first place. But that's the thing. Like I said, the people them that can basically would love to come back home and invest in the country in terms of being you get the education, or you don't want to bring back the education to create the structures to create business and the manufacturing to go on in Jamaica, but they don't want to leave or come back because, like you said, the crime and violence rampant, people scared. Most of the people, if you talk to them up, they say, no, someone not go back home. You see them kill people down there.
Yeah.
You understand? It's just that,
you know what's funny about that though? I have friends. I have a friend whose entire family has moved back to Jamaica, meaning all adults, and they've told me they have never experienced anything. I won't say where in Jamaica they are, but I'll say this: they moved back to Jamaica gradually. They've been moving back from the 90s. Some of them actually, and they I mean, obviously they have like U.S. pension and all that, so they're not worried about resources. But they love in Jamaica. They're saying the crime. I don't know if this is true or not. I haven't been to Jamaica in a little while, but they're saying the crime doesn't affect where they reside. Right? That's what they're saying. Now I know some people have opposite view because some people experience it, but they're saying no.
Well,
and they're saying sometimes if you're not into something, you won't get into something. Put it that way.
Right. I was gonna say I can testify for that because it's the same kind of theory. When I used to live in Chicago, the same thing. When I come to Chicago, and some go to town and thing, I'm tell them some bridge, you see some people from a long time, they go to town, they Florida, and people say, yo, where you there? I say, Chicago. And I'm say, yo, where you live there, so brother? People did over there, so brother. Like, people have a mindset or insight, and they say, tone violent, you got tone.
Yeah, but in Chicago, it's the south side, right? It's not out of Chicago.
Yeah, south side.
If you're on Madison Avenue, for example, those are nice places.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's like everybody might think, say, yo, everywhere, just bad. And people just shoot people like it's a gang war and bomb at you and thing. And them call it a Chirac and, but even the ears, them with the bad, when me, Kranky, this is why, you say, boy, I'm not them Jamaican term, but them ears, we used to go to them ears, go party and everything,
Yeah.
Like, you shot a beat all outside and you go in the club and I say, yo, they shoot over there, so. You see me, so
like New York in the 90s.
No, seriously, man.
Yeah.
But guess what? Back in the days, like gangster used to live away, so from Jamaicans to, kind of create that whole kind of thing from, like the New York style, Seriously.
Yeah,
man. Like them basically replicate like the Al Capone kind of thing, So
yeah, man. Yeah,
it was one of those things.
Yeah, man. Chicago, I appreciate the call.
Yeah. But just let me say before we jump off because you don't know they are emphasize being sport. What a great time for the Jamaican football team.
Yes, it's a good time for the football team. It's a good time for the JFF. They're making money. We love the JFF.
Yeah.
We love the JFF. Keep making the money. It's a good time for the players. It's a good time for the players.
The president, the president, tickets are going to be start on sale
on Friday.
October,
tomorrow. No, tickets start tomorrow.
Yes. So that's what I'm saying. That's to show you what a great time.
JFF are print money people, so them happy. And money make it get competent, You'd be surprised how money make it get competent. Yeah. So you have a good thing for the JFF. Good thing for the JFF.
And I mean, look at the pseudo president just pop up and attack and smiles and.
Well, you call him answer. No, he's a president. He's not pseudo president. He's a president. I like crickets actually. I don't think he leads like he should. So that's criticism. But I like Ricketts. He's very respectful. I've met him. He's a nice person. I've always said this. He's actually very articulate. I don't think he takes a position in top. So for example, if you look at, I said this public domain. If you combine Speed and Ricketts, you'd have a good president.
Yeah.
But only the good parts of both of them, by the way.
I've heard him talk about his background and him used to manage a team in Clarendon and things.
No, he's very articulate. Very articulate.
For a long time.
Yeah.
I don't question his abilities, so I don't want people to get it twisted. Even when I say pseudo president, it's just the fact that he's, like you said, he's kind of non-void, and when there's problems, he's missing. What I mean? Like I said, when there's things good, it just pops up.
Like the president turned off on the. I always say, where's the president? When things were going bad, you see the president. That's why football guru can't get enough. Under 14 win, the president is out there. The Reggae Boyz win, the president is out there. We see the president sit with the prime minister's national stadium. We see him come out when the team win the other day. I talk about XYZ. But when things go bad, you not step up and say, you know what? Me and the president, We own it. We take responsibility. We're gonna do better. Here's what we plan to do. We'll come back to you in a month's time and talk about this because this has to change. I don't hear that. I don't hear that.
One more
And
thing
then
I would
football
like
guru
to
gonna beat
emphasize.
us when we start criticize. Go ahead.
No, man. You see, the thing is, football guru them. They don't like to accept something called reality. They rather that everybody just kind of praise them for everything
Yeah.
and don't want to accept nothing that they can say, yo, there's something you have to call accountability. You have to accept that, nothing is wrong with it, because it's supposed to be one of those checks and balances for you to say, all right, you know what, but they fail in one part, but I'm going to try to get it better next time. So my thing is like, another thing I would like for them to do, if the president and Speed and the whole of them are listening, our guru, the person that work with them, please, could you tell them to see if they can collaborate with the government and everybody else? Because it probably won't be now, probably for next year window, to try and get that field up to par, because the Jamaica national field needs some work.
Yeah, I mean, and by the way, look, it looked good, but it wasn't bouncing good. So look at the Honduras field yesterday.
That's why I say so.
And Honduras don't have more resources than we. They don't.
At all.
Yeah, they don't. So we can come up with excuses all we want, but the field should be better. I'm not saying the JFF owns the field, but they got to work with whoever owns and control it to make it a better surface to play on.
So they can collaborate with the government. Just talk to the government. Hey, we bring in our revenues here, and we collaborate with you guys over the years, and this is our number one field, and we would just like to say, hey, could you get some upgrade to the field structure? That's all it is. I don't think it's asking for so much, because in retro sense, they would probably still get that back over time, because it's going to be kept on being rent or lease. However, the Jamaica JFF go about. But Kranky, big up.
Yeah, man. Chicago. Thanks for calling. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
So let me just football guru before I close out this program. Football guru, I've asked you questions. You haven't answered them. You go off on your own narrative. Every question I asked you tonight about me and the JFF, you haven't answered one of them. You play victim. You talk about Speed and Chung. You do say all these things, and then you say a lot of vlogs don't make any sense. So you're disrespecting bloggers, by the way, because they don't make no sense. I think they make sense. You may not agree with them, but they make sense. They claim to be journalists. Say you're a journalist. I don't consider myself a journalist. I'm doing a YouTube blog. Being a journalist probably have a certain definition around it, what that entails, right? They do journalistic things by bringing news to people, engaging people, doing interviews, but I wouldn't call myself a journalist. We're trying to be part of the news environment, right? Or this environment, whether you want to call it news or when you call it sports news, we're part of this environment. Which is going to be disrespectful and be unfair to their source? What does that disrespectful unfair mean? You have heated conversation. It's like Trump cuss out everybody who don't, because he doesn't agree with them. Speed and I disagree. Here's another thing, football. I'm going to tell you this. The first person I interviewed on my program was Rudolph Speed. In fact, I think I've only conducted 2 interviews on my program. Real interviews. One was Rudolph Speed, and one was the former technical director for the Trinidad Football Association. Right? I don't go on and pressure people to do interviews. And when I interviewed Speed, I took a different approach. I didn't talk a ton about football. I wanted people to see who Speed was and how Speed engaged. I'm not a journalist. I want people to see the different side of Speed. The one you see, the bluster sometime, maybe there's a different Speed, and here's his background, understand his circumstances, get a bit to know him. That was my objective of doing this, even though I haven't talked about it publicly, right? And I was appreciative of him coming on at 12 o'clock in the night when he was in Europe someplace, at 1 o'clock in the morning. We had a good conversation. It was my first interview. I think I did one subsequent, as I said before, the person from Trinidad. So when you make certain statements about me, football guru, and when you say certain things, and I say you're not being fair, and you provide no response, it's not okay. Because you will cuss me and other bloggers, you will call us what we do and we don't do, you will say all we do is criticize the JFF, and you give us no credit. And then you're going to say, you're inferring they should talk to traditional media, when traditional media call them, I'm forgetting this, scavenger, it's not scavenger you use, vultures, or whatever it was, vultures, call them vultures. And if you read the article, it was scathing. And that's just 2 articles, just 2 situations. But they say they're going to talk to traditional media. That's who they want to engage with. And you have no aversion to them talking to traditional media because you're okay with it. So traditional media can disparage them, belittle them, treat them like crap, and you're okay with it. But we shouldn't have access to them. No, I'm kidding. I'll tell you this, football guru, because I've said this a lot of time. Me don't care if they want to come up on my program. I'm okay. But what I hate is unfairness in life. Then don't go on any media program. Because you get disrespected by both traditional media and YouTubers. That's what you're saying. Don't come on the programs then. Don't go on the traditional media. Oral Tracy and TVJ call you a vulture. Football Guru, you have said nothing. I've said this all night, the Football Guru. And look for your response. They don't come up. Look, if Speed doesn't want to come on, look, YouTubers keep JFF keep football alive in Jamaica when it comes to national team. Traditional media ain't talking about your football. They get a 5-minute in talking, and when they're out of season, you're out of season. YouTubers keep the football alive, talk about the football, bring fans together. So, Football Guru, there's plus and minus to this whole thing. He doesn't answer any question. He just talk around in circles. Because he can't give anybody any credit to say they talk about the JFF. He can't give any credit. We'll kill him. He'll die. But I'm holding him to the mantle tonight to say, you know what, Football Guru, try to be unbiased sometimes. Try objectivity. It won't hurt you. Yes, you're right, Stefan, right. You're right. And by the way, Stefan, I got beaten in my own house about this. Somebody said to me, you had 3 interviews with a person. You talked to them about 6 hours, and you could have talked to them in 5 minutes. So, Stefan, you're right. I should stop. I agree with you. But I just want Football Guru to be, I'm trying to convince him to be objective, but it's something he's challenged with. And yes, you got too much attention. You're correct. I agree with Ball. I'm going to close the program down by saying this. A Football Guru, the reason why I engage you so much, because I want you to be balanced in how you operate and how you engage. My job, part of my job here is to change hearts and minds and have people to be more objective in how they operate. Even those who may be adversaries, and you consider yourself an adversary, you did say something that was not right tonight. You said I ban you. I've never banned you, so it's not okay. But it's your perspective about certain things, and you say you talk to Speed and Chung, so you're in front. You when you talk long enough, Football Guru, you give yourself away because you don't realize you even said that. You're in the chat, so you talk to Speed and Chung. So I know you're from the JFF. I knew you were from the JFF. You're on TikTok. No, he's worked for the JFF. His man said he spoke to Speed and Chung. You didn't see that? How do you think Football Guru? When you go talk to them, tell her I say, because I don't really communicate with them. I don't communicate with Chung. I haven't talked to Chung since I interviewed him on management program. No, I did see him in Dallas in March, and I said hello. And Speed and I don't really engage that much. We never really engage that much. Once in a while, I'll send him a text about something. And he'd be incredulous when he gets back to me sometimes, or give me a one-word answer. But I'll say this. And I like Rudolph acting. I like Ricketts. I have none against them. But what I will not do is be a wholesale hypocrite. I may be a little bit of a hypocrite by mitigating how I say something about some people, and then by others I may be a little more harsher. But I'm still going to criticize. I'm still going to provide perspective. I'm still going to be positive and give flowers when it's due. And Football Guru, that will never change. If you know can't ban me, Football Guru, you, Speed, Ricketts, Chunk, no can't ban me. One person can ban me is YouTube. So if they want to come back from my program, I am fine with that. If they want to go to the regular media who call them the vultures and say Ricketts resign or not good, then you be a hypocrite. I watch your program. You always try to seem to be smarter than Speed and Chung. Well, than you ever knew. You ask for audits and then you say they don't mean anything. Let's not get into the audit thing. You're adept on that. You're adept on that. And if I sound condescending, yes, I am. When it comes to audit, don't talk to me about audits. Please don't talk to me about audits. Yes, I would like to do the audit. Not some person know what the hell they're doing. I'll give them clean slate when they don't deserve it. So give me to the audit. I'll do it pro bono. Let me audit the JFF pro bono, and we can have a conversation. Don't go into a certain sphere. I won't even get into this, but don't talk to me about audits, Football Guru. And am I smarter than Chung and Speed? I'm not smarter than anybody. You're smarter than I am. You have me talking about you all night. So you're smarter than I am. But other people in the chat should be more engaging than you are because you avoid questions. So if you're projecting Football Guru by saying I would try to be smarter than them. I'm trying to be smarter than them. If I come across a certain way, I'm not trying to be. I am who I am. I'm not trying to be smarter than anybody. But some of the audits that they talk about and the outcome you talk about, I laugh at it. I've read the financial statements. I've read the outcome. I think you're better than CONCACAF and FIFA and their auditors. Football Guru, send me information. I'm sending my resume and we can talk. Why don't we do that, Football Guru? Since you want to go down that route. Send me the information. I'll send you my resume and then we can talk. Talk about CONCACAF and FIFA auditors. Am I better than them? I don't know their ability. Football Guru. But I'll say this. If I audit you and get a clean slate, then I'm comfortable. You hear me say, Football Guru? I did that profession my entire career for 30-something just years. I'm very comfortable in my knowledge. When I tell you I'm not comfortable with the outcome I've seen, not comfortable with the outcome. I didn't say I'm smarter than anybody, Football Guru. But if you're going to call CONCACAF and FIFA as if they're some big organization I should be concerned about, I am not. Let me say this again, football. I know Football Guru is, by the way. Football Guru, I know who you are now. I figured I'd make you talk long enough to figure out who you are. Football Guru. Let me say this again, Football Guru. I know who you are. What I did was I figured I'd have you talk long enough to disclose who you are. I think I know who you are or who you associate with. I'm almost 100% sure. Certain things you say is interesting. Yeah, they may have competent auditors. The difference between competent and excellent, by the way. And auditors are not like, certain professions are not like football. So let me give you an example, Football Guru, so you can understand what I'm talking about. And you're going to take it in the wrong way. So you have the Ronaldos of football. You have the Messis of football. You have the Antonios of football. You have the Reeds of football. You have the Krankys of football, because I used to play a little bit. There are levels, Football Guru, levels like every profession. The problem with our professions is we don't know those people's competence. We don't know how good a doctor is. When people tell me the doctors are brilliant, I smile because the doctors smile at them and tell them a great day until they look good and their bedside manners are good. I had a doctor who operated on my elbow, on my wrist. He was the rudest doctor ever, but I go to him because I know how brilliant he was, because I see how he diagnosed things. I see what he tells me. I see how he did his work. I see how he did his surgery. And I said, I wouldn't go back to him for any follow-up or check because he's just too rude and make you wait. But I could see the brilliance. And I don't know anything about medicine to see no brilliance, but I could see it. And I've gone to other doctors and I see how they operate. The Football Guru, if I tell you that some of the things I hear about the JFF and what's happening and about FIFA and CONCACAF auditors, I don't care if you tell me the auditor come from Mars. I'm not impressed, Football Guru. I'm not impressed by where they come from. Seriously, I think I know more than them. I don't know what their competence is. So I can't say I know more than them. I know enough, though. I dare you, Football Guru, to let me audit your books. Football Guru, I say this again, Football Guru. I dare you to let me audit your books. So you want to do this in the public domain. Football Guru, let me say this again. I dare you to let me audit your books. I dare you. There's a dare in a public domain tonight. Let me audit your books and let's see how it ends up. I'm going to say good night, people. Football Guru, I dare you to let me audit your books. You would never let me audit your books. Because you say if you say I don't know what I'm doing and they're great and they're competent, let me audit your books, Football Guru. Let me do so and we can have a conversation afterwards. Otherwise, we won't have this conversation anymore. I've never met with JFF. I follow football. Yeah. You can go punt now. Punt now. You can say you punt all you want. But I'll say this again. I didn't tell you I was better than the CONCACAF auditors, the FIFA auditors. But CONCACAF and FIFA are organizations that went through the U.S. legal system for corruption, didn't they? Didn't they, Football Guru? Football Guru, I'm going to say good night by saying this. You know my number. Call me to audit your books, and then we can talk. You can tell me how great FIFA auditors are. Otherwise, we ain't having a conversation about that. People, first of all, let me say this. Yeah, and I'm not gonna say. I'm gonna call him a negative name, Max City. I'm gonna say to him, which is, I like the conversation because I know eventually he would disclose who he was. No, we don't do that. We don't do that. No. Hey, Ricardo, you guys know how I operate. I don't do that. I will never do that. That's not how I operate. I have certain principles that I don't violate. I will never do that. But I'm gonna tell the person, let me audit their books, and then we can talk in the public domain. I'm gonna say this, Ricardo and everyone. First of all, appreciate you being here. Second of all, it's been an interesting conversation tonight. This show ran 2 hours longer than it's supposed to. I was supposed to do 6 to 8. Somehow we end up to 10 o'clock. I'm gonna take a little break from YouTube. It can be its own machinery, as frustrating as you know what. I'm not taking a break because of people like Presso. I'm taking a break because of people like the JFF who believe that YouTubers are toxic, or people like Football Guru. I know sometimes in life you have to, and I may still do YouTube, but I'm gonna revisit doing Jamaica football, to be honest. And I'll lose subscribers and I'll lose likes, but it's okay, it's what it is. I'm gonna do more basketball, I'm gonna do more EPL, I'm gonna do more NFL. I'm gonna spend more time doing research on those subjects. There are a number of reasons for that. One is the football thing sometimes get into a space where you just don't want to get into, right? It can be toxic, it can be frustrating, and it's not okay. Second of all, there are other things in life that we should be focused on and do. So the basketball I love, NFL football I'm going to do more of because I just need to do it. And there's more audience out there, to be honest. Somebody from the JFF told me that the same 500 people watch all the channels, and they may be right. So that's why they don't think we are anything, because the same 500 people watch the channel, so they dismiss us. We are insignificant. But people like Football Guru don't seem to realize that. They basically think that YouTubers are insignificant, they're toxic, they're insignificant, they don't matter. Only people matter are the real media. So, Football Guru, you have a wonderful night. Football Guru, have a wonderful night. I hope you guys enjoy the evening. These shows are really interesting sometimes. I'm watching reading in the chat. People are fun in the chat. I am very supportive of the Reggae Boyz. I hope we bring in a few more new faces in the next window. I hope the team does phenomenally well. And I think the camaraderie, I think the new coach will add value. I like the fact that the new coach is trying to play progressive football. I think the new coach will bring fans to the stadium because people want to see us keep the ball. We have to get some players, especially in the midfield, who can keep the ball. And I hope at the end of the day that we make the World Cup. Nah, Fabian, I'm not gonna say. I think I know it, but I'm not gonna say. I don't do those things, Fabian. I don't do those things. Some things stay undercover, they don't go in the public domain. I'm not gonna say. But all I say is this: is that there are people in Jamaica who are elitists, and they look down on people who they deem that they're in a better position than they are. And those people believe that they're going to dismiss YouTubers because they're not at their level, or dismiss them because they're insignificant, and they don't engage traditional media. That's their prerogative, right? They use the concept of criticism as the criteria, when I've pointed out numerous times that the regular media does the same thing, but they hold them to different standards. Yeah. I mean, because I think at some point, Claudine, it gets to the point where you're just like, you know what? You're beating your head against a wall and you start bleeding and you're just like, I forget this nonsense. Yeah, Football Guru, can say what you want to say, Football Guru. Say what you want to say. There ain't no regular fan in Jamaica defend the JFF, so I'm going to tell you that right now. None. I really talk to any fans who support the JFF, diaspora or otherwise. Even the ones who want to, they struggle. So say what you want to say. But no, I mean, IMAX, who is overseas, and JD and I engage sometime, actually. He's been doing YouTube for a long, long time, actually. People don't realize JD's history. But yeah, no, he does. What he's basically doing is not, it's not an anti-Jamaica thing. It's broadens horizon, right? He's going where the opportunities are, which we all should do at some point. My nephew has been beating me to change direction. My 21-year nephew, because he watches a lot of YouTube. And I've told him I like this space. But sometimes the kids are right. So anyway, I must still do the football JFF stuff. Not JFF, I must still do the Reggae Boyz. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens if I come back next week. We'll see what happens, people. But anyway, Claudine, Farut, Ricardo, Drew Ross, everybody, have a wonderful evening. My screen just disappeared on me, people. You never believe this. I haven't done a monitor. My screen just totally disappeared. I'm not sure what happened. I think I'm having a problem here. It totally disappeared. Maybe StreamYard is trying to tell me something. I'm listening to StreamYard. I'm going. So anyway, Mr. Anthony Rob, you claiming my show is done, Vinci. You claiming my show is done, Vinci. You ain't no Microsoft or no Cisco technical analyst. I don't care who you try to fool. I haven't done picks Vinci, but I'm gonna do more NFL Vinci. So Vinci, you should join me. You know, Vinci, if you're up sometime, you should join me on the channel. I'm gonna do more NFL. I'm gonna do more basketball, more NFL, and do more EPL. I'm gonna slow down the Jamaica thing because, first of all, it's a very concentrated space, and it's becoming more toxic every day. And sometimes you have to pivot. So, and I said I was gonna pivot before, and I didn't do so. So anyway, I'm gonna get much less views, but hey, it's more settling actually to engage a different way. But I'm gonna still do a Reggae Boy stuff. It's not gonna be just every day though. But Vinci, link me, Vinci. I want to bring you on the channel to talk some more football at some point. I know the time zone doesn't work really well. Yeah, I know the time zone doesn't work really well. And my computer is starting to shut down on me. I don't know why. It's plugged in. But no, Vinci, we should. I'll probably bring Tony too. I know, but see, you guys are 5 hours ahead, Vinci. It becomes much more difficult. My monitor is starting to shut down. I don't know if my connection is bad or something, but my screen is going blank on me. So you hear me hitting it. Anyway, let me shut this down. All right, people. Vinci, we'll talk. Hey, Vinci, let me know if Apollo is doing a show tomorrow. I can be on the show with you guys. It's less toxic than this environment. This can be very toxic. See, here's another thing too, Vinci. When we're doing the show with you guys, it's never toxic, ever. And I come on this program, and toxicity reigns. I wonder why. Anyway, have a good night, people. Hey, I'm gonna tell you something, Xavier. I think you don't understand. It's challenging. In Vinci, it's never toxic on that channel, ever. We agree to disagree. We perturb each other. Never toxic. You come to this environment and you're like, darn, people are really like this. But anyway. And then I have this whole fight with the JFF, which I don't want. But anyway, I'm going to say good night, people. Have a good evening. See you when I see you. Bye. Kranky life is the best to be now. For the best sports talk and it's free, yo. Kranky life will be your guiding light by keeping you informed both day and night. Kranky life, tell them. Kranky life, heed them. Kranky life, want them. Kranky life. From the courts to the field, we'll never lose because Kranky has the hottest news. With expert analysis, we break it down. Our in-depth coverage is best in town. Kranky life, tell them. Kranky life, heed them. Kranky life, want them. Kranky life. Kranky life where the sports is spicy and where we keep the discussion lively. Kranky life, get to know the name because Kranky analysis is never lame. Kranky life, give me my Kranky life. I want my Kranky life. Must have my Kranky life. Whether it's football or track and field, you know Kranky is at the wheel. So join the journey through victory and defeat and subscribe and don't miss a beat of Kranky life. Deal them, Kranky life. Heed them, Kranky life. Want them, Kranky life. If you're from England or USA, from Kingston or Bombay, from Kenya or Canada, Lagos or Havana, visit Kranky Live. Tune into Kranky Live. Like up Kranky Live. Subscribe to Kranky Live. Kranky Live coming to you on weekdays. Kranky Live sometimes on Sundays. Pull up a chair and take a seat because Kranky will always bring the heat. Kranky Live. Me say fi tell them Kranky Live. Me say fi heed them Kranky Live. On them Kranky Live. Kranky Live will be around. Kranky Live is the best in town. Me say fi heed them. Me say fi want them. Me say fi heed them. Want them, heed them, want them. Kranky Live. Kranky Live. Heed them, want them, heed them, want them. Kranky Live. Kranky Live. Heed them, want them, heed them, want them, heed them, want them. Kranky Live. Kranky Live. Kranky. Heed them, want them, heed them, want them. Heed, want, heed them.